nice.
Hypnotic Kiwi just subscribed. Timer Chan, Timer Chan, Timer Chan.
Did Timer Chan mess up the timer again? She did. She thinks the tier 3 sub is 30 minutes? Not the tier 3, sorry. The tier 1 for 10 months. Timer Chan, no! That's not how math works. Wait, one moment. Stand by. I need to fix her time because she doesn't know how to do math, okay? Timer Chan sadly does not. She's numbers illiterate, which doesn't make sense of how she got the job of being a timer, but we're not gonna question it too much. She's like half illiterate. That's okay. It's something about being endearing or whatever. It's fine. Okay, it's fine. There we go. That's the correct amount of time she gives. She does not really know math, okay? She has her own math that she does, but she doesn't know the one that we're supposed to do. She's not immortal, okay? Who programmed her? So the issue is so apparently it's a Stream Elements program that a lot of like Etsy like program designer people use, and essentially it really thinks resubs are multiple subs. It can't differentiate between resubs and streaks and like current month streaks. Instead of like, it doesn't realize it, and it's really annoying. And maybe there is something that I could change to make it better or make it like more efficient, but I don't know. It's supposed to be straightforward and easy, but it's not. Retirement, it heard retirement, so she fights back. She wants to retire. She gets a pension. Timer Chan literally gets a pension. Also, hi Yilda. Hi Kiwi. Kiwi, thank you for 10 months. I appreciate you. Timer Chan is clawing back her power. She needs to retire. Okay, she's tired. I'm tired. We're all tired. Also, hi everyone. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you all. You survived worse. No. You shouldn't have to live like this, Wolf. It's highly unlikely to get any better, unfortunately. Does it get worse? Do you know if it gets any worse or better in like certain summers for you? Or is it just kind of like always inconsistent? And I'm assuming that's the case with Insomnia and stuff. Timer Chan retiring is when I message Square Enix to make me a Sarg on alt. An alt on Sarg. I hope you can make one eventually. We would love more Sarg friends. You can join our Shell FC. Also, hello Mord, how are you? Let me say hi to everyone. And also let me log into Final Fantasy. Hi Yami, hi Pen, hi Wolf, hi Pravis, hi. Let me scroll. Hi Ryo. Hi Ryo. Hi Yilda. How's it going? Hi Kiwi, hi Mord. Okay, alright. We're gonna log into 14. If Ether is open, that'd be cool, but later on when we end up doing other things, I'm willing to go off Ether. I mean, maybe we can should we just leave Ether today? Should we just leave Ether preemptively, perhaps? I'm unsure. What would be the best case scenario for us? Okay, move everything over here. I really like this song a lot. But also, isn't it fitting because a timer? Also, if anybody did not see yesterday, we did end up finishing Final Fantasy IX, and it was great. If I think about it too much, I'm gonna cry. So I'm not gonna think about it too hard. Let me log in. Hi Eternal, how are you? Why does the writer want to make me cry? I don't know why they do this to us, to be honest. I have no clue. But we keep taking it though. So apparently whatever their plan is, Pen, it's working on us. We continue to want to play this game. It's 30 right now? Ooh, that's rough. Right now on East Coast for me, Yilda, it's like it's raining a lot. It's like raining a lot this weekend. I'm pretty sure that it's going to be. It was like there was a flood warning earlier too. Hi Giru, how are you? Congrats, by the way. Giru finished. I was there at the very end. I saw the credits. 2.0. So I wish you the best of luck in patches. I'm very excited for you. I hope you're doing well. We haven't started yet, so you are good. Let me log in. It's 1:08. So Pravis, is Vegas humid at all? I'm kind of curious because it's very interesting because I was asking another friend who lives in the area now, who she's moved over there, and she says it's more humid than at least the area that she was at before, which is also West Coast. Maybe someone check for ether right now if they can. I think it's gonna eventually close later on, so I wonder, like, should we just hang out in ether for a little bit? Or should we just go off? Oh, wait, last week it was humid. Ugh. Hi, Allie, how are you? Oh, let me mute this real quick. And then good luck, Pen, with any other writing or any other story stuff you have to go through. That's really high for the desert. 47? I mean, here it gets higher, of course, but like I feel like that's really, really high. Wow. I try to keep my apartment around like 50 or like low 50s if I can. I'm usually like in the summer, especially right now. I don't know if it's just because I'm on the bottom floor or what. But like I've been like because my apartment complex, it's like a renovated like older space, right? And they luckily and smart enough put in AC units that have like a drying function. So it's still AC, but I guess it prioritizes like taking humidity out of the air or like water out of the air, right? So I usually have that function on most of the summer, it feels like at this point, just so it's not like 60 degrees inside my apartment, but that sounds terrible. You do not have humidity, Surrey. Honestly, I don't know if I could last. I don't know if I could survive very well with somewhere that doesn't have like a decent amount of humidity, because my skin doesn't like the like dryness. You're just doing 5.3. Okay, sounds good, Pen. Shadowbringer is definitely the content I've been looking forward to the most. You're here. It's time. Thank you for being here for so long, by the way, Kiwi. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream. It's still horrible, though. Ugh. I'm in the Alpine Desert. We can't keep water on the ground, let alone the air. Do you have to use like a humidifier in your home sometimes? I'm assuming especially in the winter. You have to work tonight. I have to miss the good stuff. Allie, we're gonna also be working on Trial Series tomorrow too, so you won't miss all of it, all right? So tomorrow we'll probably try to do 3. I'm gonna try to work on most of 1 and 2 today. If I need to save some of 2 for tomorrow, I will. But I won't push it just because we are streaming tomorrow too. And then branching out and then content consumption, and then oh, that's so fun! And she made you a super mod. Aw. Hi Flame, how are you? I don't, but it wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, I mean, if you feel like skin feels extra dry or anything like that, or it just feels like uncomfy sometimes, might be nice. Oh, a new outfit? New fit check? Sorry. No fit. Okay, sorry, you all can't even see this. Let me actually switch the screen. So there we go. Let me click on this. Let me switch the music really quickly. 1 second. Turn up the volume. Pause this. New fit? Mord has a new fit? Hi, Humble. How are you? How's it going? I have a couple hours before work. Okay, I will try to lock in the best I can. Also, I probably should eat this ice cream that I got. It's like a lemon, like ice cream bar. It's not like actual dairy. I think it's like a ice bar kind of thing. I don't know. It's lemon flavored. It's supposed to be good. I shouldn't have too many sweet treats, but just a little bit. It's like a sorbet bar. I don't usually have issues with my teeth, but it just caught me off guard. There we go. Congrats, Giru, by the way. Congrats on 2.0. Very cool fit. It looks really cute. It's very on brand. Saturday feels good. It's super rainy for me right now. I think it's thundering, and apparently there's flash floods going on. It's fine, it's fine, I'm okay. I know I'm on the bottom floor, but like, I'm a little raised up, so I should be alright. So I'm not too worried or concerned. But otherwise, yeah. I like the rain, I like the thundering, I like the rumbling. It's like very comforting. Minus the part if we lose power, but if we lose power, you know why. We should be fine. Twitch app Mortal Enemy, has it updated? Has it had another horrible update, by the way, L? There's a massive Lala ban in Limsa and Sarg right now. Should we go travel? Should we go visit the Lala ban? Okay, let's go. I'll TPS, don't worry. Also, hi L. I'm sorry. Also, I'm like, I swear, I think I know what you mean. Like sometimes it won't like properly load the Twitch chat and you won't be able to type. You have to like go in and out of the app or like restart it or whatever, right? Oh, they're over here. Do they get more people in their bar troop? Let me turn off the song so it's not 3 million songs are playing at once. Background music? That's what it was. Okay, we're gonna watch from the side. Hi, Hilda. Yeah, I was like, this is wrong. Like, something's off here. Thank you. Yeah, it was just turning off like the actual background or the toggle for it. Oh my gosh. I love seeing the little Moogle minions dance. No problem. I know that you have a very tough time loading into the bigger cities as well, so all is good. I know, I love seeing the Moogles dance. Fun song. This is not that great. Also, sorry, this is not that great. But also, like the Moogle, I love the Moogle minions coordinating. We've seen this group around before. They're pretty cool. Did you just do cardio stuff, Travis? Often encountering toxicity on roulettes. I don't know what's going on then. I don't know if it's just like weirdos like trying to zoom through. Like they have to know that like I don't know, not everyone is like exactly on the same mindset of like what they're up to. No. Well, somebody's name is Discord Kitten. I wonder what the next song will be. It feels weird. Should we turn back on the Limsa music? Well, there they go. Okay. Wait, where's my water? Okay, sorry. Give me 1 second. I gotta get my water. I don't know any of these songs. Oh, so they have the dancing the dancing. Oh, hi, Allie. They have the dancing ones, and also they have the ones playing music as well. Okay, and they got their Moogles. There's so many Moogles. So many to the point where some of them broke off to a second group, so that's funny. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, we have taken our field trip. We've taken our field trip. We probably go back home. I feel like I see them in Gridania a lot. Maybe I wonder if Limsa is just like a little bit more dense nowadays, and maybe that's why they're over here. Yeah, that's a lot of people in Limsa. I guess I just didn't realize that. It's also really weird being so quiet over here, but I don't usually go to Limsa very often, so it's been a little bit. Actually, know to play the song IRL. Wait, which instrument? I'm glad everyone's doing well. I mean, aside from lack of sleep from some of the friends in chat. Please get more sleep. I know it's not something you can all control, but still, please try to rest and take care of yourself in any way you can. And today, well, okay, so yesterday we finished Final Fantasy IX, right? We finished Final Fantasy IX and ended up finishing the capstone job quest. I won't talk about it, but I enjoyed my time for both. We were basically wrapping up some loose ends. But yeah, today we're gonna be doing the trial series is the goal. We're gonna finish, let me think. We're gonna do the trial series for Shadowbringers. We're trying to do 1 and 2 today. There's 3 total. And what else was I gonna do? I have to figure out where it starts, so I have to look at my spreadsheet. And yeah, I did eat some food earlier, so I am like actually somewhat awake. I'm honestly, is it too late for caffeine? It's currently 3 p.m. Is it too late for caffeine? I'm asking for a friend. I did finish 9. It was really good. I really like 9 a lot. Sorry, asking for a friend. Is it too late for caffeine? No? Is it? Sorry, also looking for my lip balm right now. Risky? 3, you're good. If it's around 5, yes. You think it's not too late right now? Honestly, I'm a little nervous because I'm a little nervous that this is already too late. I usually try not to drink it too basically after 12, but I mean my sleep schedule's kind of messed up right now to begin with. I kind of oversleep. It's kind of really bad. If you're committed, chug it. If you're questioning, well, I was thinking if I do have some, maybe I have half the can and I'll save the rest for tomorrow. When I had energy drinks every day, I would not drink any after 2 in order to sleep by 10. Okay. Because I know there's caffeine half-lives and everything. I'm drinking coffee right now. Okay, what if I just drink half the can? Half the can is only gonna be 40 something milligrams. Also, hi Pen. Sleep schedule has been consistent since the year started, minus some days. Half a can? Okay. One moment. I'm gonna go grab the can and we'll drink half of it. It's not even refrigerated. It's just, you know where this caffeine can is? It's sitting next to my bed because I was like, surely I'll drink this in the morning. When I wake up, I forget to drink it and it just sits there. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to buy more sugar-free ones. Just half. Just half, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little tiny bit. Not too many. That's a small can too. So it's like literally, so this is, how many milligrams of caffeine? 80 something, I think? Yeah, it has 80 actually. It's 80 milligrams of caffeine. So if I drink half of it, right? If I drink half of it, it's only 40. Don't drink the whole can. I won't drink the whole can. It's only 80 milligrams, okay? That's like a cup of coffee. Which yeah. I don't know how streamers drink so much caffeine on stream so late in the night. I don't know how they do it. Oh my gosh, energy drink versus melatonin deathmatch. Okay, we're taking melatonin on time tonight, all right? We're taking it at the end of stream. No, but okay, no, I can't because I want to work out. So when do I take it? Oh, dang it, I don't know. Maybe when I get back from the gym. Maybe they're at the gym. I don't know. It sounds lethal. It's really funny. So I don't recommend this, especially since more things are coming out for Benadryl. And really, the biggest thing a lot of people recommend is if you're gonna take Benadryl, like don't take it on a regular basis. Like if you need it, take it, right? Like if it's an emergency, or if you just need like relief or whatever for like taking an antihistamine. Do it, but like don't take it long term is what a lot of people recommend. But anyways, at some point I did take Benadryl because I was itchy or whatever. It was, I'm sure as like itchies or allergies or something. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to the gym. So I drank at the time before I realized how terrible Bang is for many reasons. I drank a Bang. Like I went to the store and grabbed one and I was like chugging half of it and it was the worst experience. Imagine being like simultaneously sleepy and tired, but also your heart is racing and you're like so slow, but you're like, your body movements feel so sluggish, but like really like a lot of like blood is pumping through your veins. That was me at the gym on Benadryl and not on Benadryl and caffeine, and it was terrible. Yeah, it's a just in case. Do not use it like on a regular basis. And then now I just mostly take Zyrtec or whatever, which I probably should take a different allergy med. Because there's apparently like essentially rebound itchy effects or like, you know, like, yeah. And I know like you should ideally be tapering it in terms of how much you take to not have like effects afterwards. It's itching, I feel like it doesn't sound nearly as bad as what Benadryl could be, but I probably should figure another one. It was terrible. I would not do that. I'm not young, not young for that. I don't know. I like coffee, but like I never drink enough coffee to make it worth it. Whether I buy like pre-made like coffee, like iced coffee or whatever, or if I end up like buying a I don't know, like pre-made iced coffee, or if I buy like ground coffees and just like make it at home, I feel like I never drink enough of it to make it like worth having it around my house. Or at least the only way I justify energy drinks is like it's shelf stable. I can just stick it in the fridge. But I really should. In a day or two, it's tolerable in my experience. Yeah, I have been taking Zyrtec a little bit more long term, and I should really try to slowly taper down the amount that I have as well. But I like it. I don't know. I don't mind energy drinks too much. I just will warn everyone that Celsius has a lot of caffeine for how small the cans are. I take it around when you want to lie in bed. For Benadryl, well, technically Benadryl also is a sleep aid in other instances that people like that is for use cases for it. But I don't even want to try to use that anymore. I mostly try to just do melatonin. Oh no, you're probably talking about melatonin. But the thing is with my brain is I'll lose track of time and then it's 3 a.m. and I'm like, oh, well, when I should have taken Benadryl was 3 hours ago. No, melatonin. Okay. Also, hi, Batty. Caffeine doesn't do the same thing to my brain for a lot of people. It doesn't keep me from sleeping. Yeah, sometimes caffeine doesn't do anything at all. Sometimes caffeine works. I don't know. I just, sometimes I pretend, sometimes I think caffeine is a placebo for my brain sometimes. It does keep me up longer than my normal my schedule, like sleep schedule, but then also it will not like I don't know. It doesn't give that alert feeling, but it's mostly just to like turn off your like the sleepiness receptors or whatever. I'm talking in very scientific terms, but it's essentially to help like, no, I don't know. No, I'm not gonna even try to explain it. Something about sleepy receptors, and I don't know. It just makes me stay up without all the other benefits. Stay up, but I'm like still groggy and like not awake. It's fine. But I've been sleeping a lot, so that's not great either. I just need to fix my entire life is what I'm talking about. Very science, yes, thank you. Sometimes it doesn't wake you up, but it'll make you anxious. Yeah, oh my gosh, racing heart make you so anxious, overthinks. Oh, that I definitely get those symptoms. I definitely get that from caffeine too. You are not alone. So that's why I actually haven't had any caffeine in, honestly, in probably a couple weeks. So, cause I'm also a little afraid of having, like getting like dependent on caffeine as well. But then also the alternative is me being so tired. Like me being tired and not, I don't know. Maybe dependency is a little bit better if me like being tired and not being able to do anything is great. But I honestly, because I suspect I have some ADHD tendencies, that caffeine more so doesn't like work to wake you up, but like maybe works to like help you lock in a little bit. So that's why honestly I kind of associate like coffee and the smell of coffee with like being productive, because I would always get coffee like before I go to the library when I was going to school. So that's why I kind of think it's like, for me, sometimes a little bit of placebo. It's like I associate things, certain smells and places with certain things. Maybe I just like go work in a library. Like go take my work to a library. Have the stimulants calm me down, so coffee helps you focus a little, which is useful, but it doesn't keep you up at night, which makes sense. Yeah. That does. I think that's also, I need to take it in the morning too, is the other thing. Yeah. And then I feel like after a certain point in the day, like my brain just doesn't focus well. So basically in the mornings and then most of the early afternoons I can focus on work, but like unless I'm like physically there at a workplace, I feel like after 4 my brain is like, we don't want to work anymore until it becomes 2 a.m. Then 2 a.m. to basically sunrise, I'm productive. It's so great. I love it so much. I love that my brain doesn't know how to work after 4 p.m. But after 2 a.m., I'm very focused. Anyways, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just complaining. And also, I need to drink more of this caffeine. I need to drink more of this caffeine so I can stick it in the fridge and not sip on it all stream. Huh. But yeah, the sky's really pretty. The sky's really pretty right now. I'm trying to think, what can I oh! Token! Hi, Toku, how are you?
Thanks to its Super Dio for my sub gift.
How's it going, Toku?
WAH.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming back and supporting the stream. I'm sorry, today's a little later than I wanted to start. I wanted to start a little earlier last week as well. But how's it going? Doing good. I hope your weekend's been doing very, very well. Most drugs or medicines in the right amount may apply the same for caffeine. Yeah, true. And that's yeah, I just have that like fear in my brain. It's like you can't have too much, otherwise you'll get addicted, and I don't want to get to that level. But like I think moderate amounts, it's probably fine. And maybe I should start drinking coffee again and just having like some like a syrup with it. What I used to do is I used to get like espresso, and I would just get like some syrup, like whatever syrup shots that they had at the coffee place, and I would just have it an iced. Essentially, it's an Americano with a lot of sugar in it. I gotta head out. Okay, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck and take care. We're gonna be doing some Shadowbringer stuff today. It's relatable. That's why I end up going to a doctor for Adderall, because focusing all day left you exhausted. One of the streamers has coffee in the evenings. I like the taste of coffee, but I feel like I'd have to have decaf in the evenings if I were. And then also, I mostly drink iced coffee. One a day moderate. I had a 16 ounce for like 3 to 4 years. Are you coffee dependent, by the way, Yami? Even before that, I drank them often. I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful with how much I have. Yolda, what outfit is this? What is this? I think most things in moderation is okay. True. You always hated the taste. I see. I really like the smell of coffee. And I learned that I do like coffee, just like with a little bit of sugar. My former pre-workout used to be, I would go to the Circle K, the closest gas station near me. I was like around where I used to live. I would go to the Circle K. I would get a large-ish cup of coffee. I would put like some Splenda in it. Usually Splenda. I usually get Splenda in it, and no creamer, just coffee with a little sugar, and that was my pre-workout before I went to the gym. Retainer brought back stuff. This is what they brought back for you. Maybe I need to get back into that. I need to get some more Splenda, because I'm being careful on the amount of sugar I consume on a regular basis. I say that, but also this has many milligrams of sugar, like 23. It's a lot of sugar. I say it's a lot of sugar compared to what is in here is the second thing on the label, which, you know, definitely not trying to fearmonger sugar. It's just, once again, moderation. I'm really happy today. Okay, we definitely need to lock in. I need to let me look at my my spreadsheet and see where the stuff starts. Shadowbringers. Oh, this is so bright. My eyes. Okay. So we are going to do the trials? No, wait. We're going to do Trial Series. Role quests, Extreme Trials, Savage Trials, Normal Raids. Trial Series starts in the locks, it looks like. +1 Lala. Okay, yes, we already have done 5.2. Perfect. Okay, cool. So it's going to be in the locks. Wait, I'm almost here. Almost there. No problem. Take your time. And then I think it starts in the Stormblood area? What? Wait, in the... Oh, yeah. It does. It does. Wait a second. We can take everyone. Okay, who else do I need to add to? If anybody else wants the TP. Okay, thank you for going back into normal outfit. Normal fit. What do you mean? Clearly a Vieira. Oh yeah, you're right. This is the smallest Vieira around. We have 2 talls and many smalls. Oh wait. I thought you were a mini cat before. Yeah, Kiwi, I thought you were a mini cat earlier. Have you given up your cat? Your cat heritage? Alright, so the locks is where we're going. Alright, let me scroll. Where is the closest one? Oh, going too far. Okay. The locks. Is it? I was probably in the quarter, I'm assuming. Oh, you're a cat. What do you mean I'm clearly a cat? You're changing your mind a lot here. I see. Wait. Actually, I'm gonna wait for Pen. Pen, are you in an instance? I can wait. I snuck into a Vieira alliance once with the bunny ears. Did it work? Did they notice? Next patch, bangs supposed to work with some hoods. That'll be cool. I heard about that. I like, honestly, I cannot wait to wear this hood with my Lala's bangs. Like, it's not even just like bangs on the forehead. It's her little like braids. I want the little braids and I want the little bangs. Hi and Sega, how are you doing? She's fine.
No, did I miss Timer Chan's death in Terabang? Artemi 133 Sag
You know what?
PSYTV Rain didn't and cry.
I actually forgot to start the timer, so I am dumb. So what I'm gonna do is, it's been 42 minutes. I'm gonna start the timer at 2 hours right now. You know what? It's happening right now. We're gonna start the timer. It's okay. We have 2 hours. We have sub 2 hours now. We did it, everyone. Sub 2 hours. I forgot. Thank you for the 100 bits. Don't worry, I did account your bits into it. I've counted the resubs. I've counted the bits. We are all good. Everything is fine. If we're not stealing time, you're still actually above the amount that the timer has already started. So, it's fine. Everything is fine. They noticed when we got into the raid. They noticed, but you're a bunny. You're just a miniature. It's fine. Oh, okay. Pen, take your time. All right. We'll see you in the locks later on. I'm gonna be questing for a little bit, so there's gonna be some stuff. I did not said lyingly. No, actually. So on the timer it says there was 2 hours and 30 something minutes, right? I've been streaming for 40 minutes, so you actually came out ahead. If we start the timer at 2 hours now, so it's fine. Okay, we're gonna go to the locks though. I have a question. So if we're gonna do the trial series, do you think I should play my preferred class, or do you think it even matters which one I end up doing? Yeah, do you think it matters which one? Party. That's not clickable. I'm sorry, I don't know where it is. It's just for my reference. It should be fine. Do you think I could play another class, or like, wait, I have a question. So my question is, do you think the trial series is harder than Eden, or is the Eden harder than the trial series? What is your preferred class? My preferred class, or my preferred job, is white mage. I prefer to play white mage if I can. I don't think it matters outside people going fast or slow to see mechanics. That's all right. Okay, all right. Cause it's like also hi Sasha, and also hi Sega. But the reason why I asked, because I felt like Eden later on, some of the mechanics we needed to look around more. So I wasn't playing Scholar as much, because I started with Scholar and I was like, okay, I think I need to go back to something more comfortable, which I like Scholar, but like white mage is most comfortable, right? Eden is easily, okay, all right, if it's more difficult, more complex, okay, that was what I was wondering. Thank you, that was actually really helpful. Because I'm wondering, like, could I potentially start playing Sage here just to kind of practice and learn up again, or should I play my most comfortable, right? I would say a little easier, but not much. Okay, and we're also gonna do it mine too, though. Eden and Trial are about on par difficulty. Eden has more complicated mechanics. Okay, I think that makes sense, because I think that's what kind of got me. In Eden, the mechanics are more complicated, so I needed to be a bit more aware. So like I needed to feel more comfortable in the abilities I was playing or was doing, to be able to fully focus and to fully like balance myself of like being in the moment and not, I mean, I still died 10 million times, but still. You should Sage no matter what. No matter what? I love my mage. What? So this, apparently it starts in the lock. Okay, I'm gonna find it though. I gotta find it on the map. So it's 3631. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Allie. So it's over here. Let's go. Wait. Where's my car? Get in, Lalas. Kiwi. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. I'm secretly AFK. If you want to be AFK, maybe you can go into... you can go into Allie's car. Maybe Allie will drive us around too. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. Sorry, I don't have a GPS on right now. On my way, okay. Can you little hint for streamers miss the first trial? It mostly involves camera angles. You can give the hint, but I may forget it by the time I end up doing it though. I mean, it's not a story thing, it's a mechanic thing, so I think that's a little different. Oh, it's this one? Oh, wait, pen. Cute. Okay, resistance officer. Oh, oh my gosh, I forgot! I'm so excited. Okay, sorry. I forgot that it was kind of hinted, like very subtly, that we were talking about this. I was like, cause I forgot that like the trial series was gonna help Gaius. I'm sorry. I'm excited. I hope we see a Stinian here. Like, where is he? Where's the Stinian? Stinian, you better show up here. I forgot. It is our hangout time with Gaius. It's so funny. Man, a lot of the hangout time are from former Garleans. We hang out with Sid a lot. We hang out with Sid. We hung out with Nero. We hung out with Sid during Alexander as well. So now we're hanging out with Gaius. I have not touched these raids at all because I'm a hater. Elle, would you like to go through them with us? I am the problem. I will not change. Okay, all right. I forgot about this. I forgot that this is going to be, so we're essentially helping with Ultima. Oh gosh. Okay, all right, it's fine. We're gonna be fine. Anyways, there's a new Ultima that's really creepy and really terrifying, and we have to help Gaius deal with it. And this was the Ultima that Estinian fought, that we fought as Estinian, and I didn't like it. And it was kind of like really, it's like very horror, very, very horror-esque. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Elle. We can do it again later on. Whenever we end up redoing them to learn mechanics, maybe we can do them in Discord if you're down. I will chill and support. Okay, no problem. We spent a lot of time with Nero too. Yeah, in Omega, we spent lots of time with Sid and Nero. So basically, I'm assuming this is a running, from as far as I understand. Well, no, I take that back, because the other trial quest, the other trial quest. No, Alexander was raid quest. I'm silly. The other trial quest was Warring Triad, and technically it was Allegan, and Allegans and the Garleans are basically related because of like Emmett and everything, right? Because he had a hand in both of them. So really, it all ties back to him. We just really enjoy rehabilitating Garleans. Yes, yeah, 100% sci-fi horror. I like that. I think that's really cool though. I wouldn't say I'm I'm a super active fan of horror, but I will go watch horror. If anybody is down to watch horror, or they ask like, hey, notice, you wanna go watch a movie and it's a horror movie? I'm like, okay. I think it's interesting as long as it's just like, I think there's certain horrors where I find it's like gratuitous, or it's like not really interesting, or they're just doing it for the sake of it, of being like shock value. And I don't like that, but I think horror is a really interesting genre, or like even having horror elements too. But yes, we're going to start this. I'm sorry. Ruby Doomsday. The Resistance and the Alliance forces prepare in earnest as a new threat looms on the horizon. I forgot about this. I'm so excited. It's actually really interesting that, yeah, it's really cool too, because I mean, like, we are still dealing with the Civil War. Like, as much as we are dealing, like we were in the first, going through everything there, like saving the world, there was like a background story. there was another story simultaneously happening here in the source, and like this is still really important. It's like now that we've technically finished like our arc in like our arc in the first, right? It is like we do still need to like wrap things up back home. Okay, and this is neat as like a step in that direction as well. Because imagine like going back here and like, I don't know, we're eventually gonna have to deal with the Guardians and like their civil war and everything. But like, what if you don't do the trial series? Is Ultima just always in the background, like looming around, it feels like? Horror is like music, everyone gets their own taste. Exactly. And then the thing is like for some people, like they can as long as everyone can enjoy whatever they like or like find, you know, most entertainment in whatever, as long as it's not hurting anyone, as long as, you know, that's the biggest thing, not hurting yourself or anyone else. Hi, hello, how are you doing, Isaiah? How's it going? We're starting. I'm sorry, I'm still yapping so much. Okay. Notice, glad you can make it. As you have heard, the Commander Adlin, Alden? Sorry, Alden. I don't know how to say things anymore. As you've heard, Commander Alden has given orders to embark from the Alliance headquarters to hold back the advance of the Empire's latest menace. Not that the soldiers stationed there are too chuffed about being on the front lines again with these new weapons. If they're designed to slay primals, they make short work of us mere mortals as well. Mind you, it's Gaius Belsar and his followers who have led the charge so far. By all accounts, they've been giving as good as they get. Yeah. Unfortunately, their sorties have met with little success. I dare say they benefit greatly from your presence on the battlefield. If you're ready, my colleagues over at Porta Praetoria will show you the way. Okay. Do you need one? Oh, I have some as well. Glamour Dispeller? Oh, wait. Pen, do you need one? Where are you? Hi, Win! Oh, you're in another party. Hello. Oh, are you doing weekly stuff with FC? These trials are solid. I'm excited. Hope you're doing well too. I'm doing pretty good. I had just a little tiny bit of caffeine just to wake up. Just a little bit. Oh, you already been invited. We're probably going to see who's available as we go in, as we do the trial series, and then potentially we can make a second party as well. Invite again. I forgot I was on a party. Okay. Pen, you ended up getting a Dispeller, right? You're good? I mean, I have an artifact glammed at your Dark Knight. I haven't seen it yet. I want to hide. Okay, no problem. You're good. I don't really notice weapons too much. So I would say you're fine. Okay. We have to go back over here. We'll switch various parties as well, so we're so good. Okay, we have one spot. Oh wait, where am I? Oh, I have to go to... I'm TPing us. I'm just the ride. I'll have to leave soon. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Allie. Thank you for... honestly, I'll take the ride next time. Hi, Soray. Hi, Yami. Are you two RPing in the back? On your way to the headquarters, I take it? Accompany the resistance fighter to headquarters. Yes, please. So is Gaius already there? Oh, we haven't been here in a hot minute. Ooh. Wait, is this a different mix of this song? Or maybe it's the same. To be honest, we weren't sure if you'd ever show up. I, for one, am glad you decided to throw in your lot with us. Gaius says that you're our best hope with defeating the abominations. We have seen only a glimpse of its true power. Even that was more than enough for us. So your mind is set? Then I shall appraise you of the situation. We have discovered that the previous abandoned Ultima weapon project is being helmed by the reformed 7th Legion. They have already succeeded in producing several prototypes, one of which is set to deploy in the Eorzean front. Its name, the Ruby Weapon. Severa and I were able to get within striking distance during one of its test runs and made an attempt to destroy it. Oh, she's also Garlean? Oh. An attempt that ended in failure, alas. Based on our knowledge of the original Ultima weapon, the explosives were employed should they have been sufficient to blast through its armor plating, but they barely left a mark. We suspect that the gifts of its predecessors may have proven the source of its resilience. As you well know, the Ultima weapon was designed to absorb ether from icons, and the Ruby weapon no doubt shares the ability. If any were summoned during the uprising in Garlemald's occupied territories, the thereafter consumed, our enemy would become all the more formidable. But its near impenetrable arm was only the beginning of our troubles. I mean, yeah, like Astinian literally had to like summon Nidhogg's energy or whatever to fight it like earlier. It fought back with the whip-like claw that extended and contracted at will. In the face of such opposition, we were forced to withdraw. Gaius was injured, shielding me from the Ruby weapon's assault. Even now, he struggles to stand. Damn it all. If I hadn't been so careless, this wouldn't have happened. Oh. You need not concern yourself. Let's not forget that I'm the one who initiated the Ultima weapon project. If I must give my life to bury this shameful legacy, then so be it. If you were to face it as you are now, you'd be cut down before you even hobbled within firing range, or firing distance. In any case, we can't afford to lose the information in your head on both the foes we face and the Empire itself. We all know asking for Notice's assistance presents our best chance of stopping that war machina. 'Tis true that if anyone were capable of putting down such a monstrosity, it would be her. It's interesting. It is interesting, and I do like him more reformed as, like, you know, more reformed after everything had happened. And also, like, I've always, like, kind of, like, given him, like, in terms of his, like, I've always said, like, you know, like, we want the same thing, essentially. It was just, like, different ways. And I'm glad that he realized his wrongs after what happened and with the last Ultima. Though I have no right to ask this of you. Will you lend us your strength? I do this for Eorzea. I'm not one to back down from a fight. Well, we're not fighting for fun. You have my thanks. And mine, though I must impress upon you the urgency of our situation. We have received word from the Empire that the Empire is preparing to advance on Gimlet Dark. This is where we will intercept them. If our fears are proven correct, the Ruby weapon will be among their host. Should it break through our lines, there's no telling the devastation it will wreak. Wreak? Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzea hangs in the balance. I mean, even in Eorzea, the Garlean Empire is still in it as well, right? Like, there are still some innocent people out there, and like, if we know many reformed Garleans, right? Like, reformed where they don't want to live under an emperor and they don't believe like what's being done is right. So for those people and for people who are willing to change, we'll do it for them too. Reek. Okay, thank you. I never knew it was spelled like that actually, because I've always used that that phrase as well. I just didn't know it was spelled that way. Cool, learning something new. Also, let me pause this real quick. Pause my. Pause the ad. Okay. Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzea hangs in the balance. Once you have steeled yourself for the battle ahead, your escort will lead the way. Well, that weapon's actually pretty cool looking. Also, it's interesting because Severa, she's definitely like a Midlander model, right? But she's also Garlean, it seems like. And I know a lot of Garleans are like Elysian models just without the ears because they're really tall. What price must the world pay for my... what price must the world pay for my hubris? He actually has true regret for this. And he literally like, essentially like, told us that he was begging for our help. A short while earlier, the Garlean occupied city of Rowlet's Magitech something. So this is where the 7th is. The 7th Legion. Ooh. The Ruby Weapon. Commencing Ruby Weapon activation sequence. All units stand by. It's really cool, but terrifying. I feel like, have we seen something similar to this before? Oh my gosh, it's a mech. But also, is it using, like... It's essentially, it's kind of like a mech, but then also, like, what was the person before? Was it, like, another prototype? The one where, like, they looked like it was, like, I don't know, like, an unconscious, like, zombie. It was essentially, like, the ultimate was, like, a parasite upon, like, on them. Anyways, we'll continue. Initiating synthetic urosite system. Synthetic urosite. In order to like fuel it with ether. Fusion successful. No signs of incompatibility. Awaiting your signal. Gutsy female voice. Okay. Oh my gosh, don't tell me Lavia lived. Don't tell me she lived, alright? If she lived and she sees guys, she's gonna freak. Now I'm literally just like I'm thinking back of like the whole series. Don't say anything, but imagine if it was her. Also, like the music is different. It's really cool. I'm also just thinking as well, another thing, like, imagine if she saw her sister. I don't know if that's gonna happen in this series, like, trial series, but we'll see. Okay, so gutsy female voice, Ruby Weapon, codename Darnus. Darnus, ready for launch. It's like a mech. This is so freaky. It's like really cool but freaky. It truly is a mech. Okay, so we're lit. Ruby Weapon has been in other Final Fantasy games. Okay. Garleans have been mostly modified Elysians, but we do see some variety. Like, oh yeah, Ehrenwald being partial. Oh my gosh, like thinking about Ehrenwald again and like his story, it is so tragic and so sad. Oh my gosh. And like even still, like thinking back as well with Ferdola, like how both their parental situations were, and how she came from a very like loving home, and how she ended up, you know, turning out and then eventually realizing her choices, and especially Ehrenwald and like what had happened with his mother. Ugh. Okay, all right. So speak with the resistance escort first. Valoan has briefed me on our that's the other elf guy. Okay. Briefed me on our mission. I'm to take you as far as our expected point of contact with the Ruby Weapon. Once we arrive, the rest is up to you, I'm afraid. Cinder Drift. Okay. Cool. I was like, that sounds like a French Elzen name. And it was. Given all we've come to expect from the Ascians, it wouldn't surprise me if they were behind the summoning of whatever primal the ruby weapon has absorbed. Though I will not be able to join the battle with the ruby weapon, I have been tasked in keeping an escape route back to Eorzea, to the Eorzean front clear, should you need to make a hasty retreat. Not only are the ruby weapon's claws as quick as lightning, they moved with an uncanny degree of flexibility, can strike from where you least expect it. Okay, alright, cool. Well, I'm gonna exit, and we probably should figure out as well. We're gonna figure out who's available. So I know Allie has to go soon, right? We could potentially do this first one, and then we're gonna... Oh my gosh. Kobun. I was gonna say, what we could also do is, in the second one, we can switch out people who have not done it yet. So we can integrate people in and out, all right? And then if need be, we can also try to make a second team if we have enough people, right? I can be available. Okay. So I think right now that we have enough for the first one, and then after that we should be able to do a second one. So everyone good for this first one? Oh, this is the new one that I haven't seen yet. Somebody could fit in the back of this. Alala could 100% fit back here. You put a basket back there, they could strap in right easy. I'm gonna swap out if somebody wants to drink. Okay. I do enjoy these, but I'm savaging today or trying to. Good luck. Are you doing Party Finder? I need a second to get to your PC. Okay, we have no, you're good. Take your time. We're close enough for 2 groups, are we? Well, okay. Mord can't do it, so I'm trying to see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so there's 4 extras right now we have. Well, I know Sasha is also available too. So that's 5. I need to step away to get some food. Okay, so we'll just swap people in and out. So the second round we'll swap some more friends in, okay? And then I'll grab somebody else. I mean, Idolak, you were here first. You want in? I'll get you in for this one, and then we can switch people in and out. Why can't 2 Lalas ride on this? Everyone park under the tent. It's everyone park under the tent. Don't rust your vehicles. Oh, there's triple triad cards too? Oh, I hope I can get them. Like I said, we might end up making a second group later. Vehicles are waterproof maintained. It's true, but you know, you don't want to get soaked though. I think you have to jump from the other side. Also, who is the bun in chat? What's your name in chat, Kobun? Kurt Kobun. I'm a cat girl. I know like rain, but rain is... I like the sound of rain. We can be comfy and hang out over here on the boxes. I think Miko's and Lala's like high places. Oh yeah, it's one of your alts. Okay, thank you, Isaiah. Thank you for reminding me. Hi Mimi, how are you? How's it going? We're doing pretty well. We're gonna be doing the trial series today. But yeah, we've been catching up. We're doing a lot of content. I made sure to do the role quests, enjoying our time in Shadowbringers, finish 5.3, all that stuff. Best name. I'm glad that you ended up being a bun too. Preservation of the statewide fires. Okay, standing it? No thanks. Okay, I'm also gonna play an ad really quickly, so I apologize. Just a heads up, I'm gonna play an ad real quick to disable pre-rolls. I'm gonna put my drink away. Probably plug my phone in. But yes, gonna play an so we end up. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna play an ad so we can disable pre-rolls really quickly. All right, so I'll see you in a little bit. BRB. Get up, stretch, water, whatever you need. All right. Oh yes, thank you, Sasha. Thank you, Sasha. Okay. During the fight, pay attention. All right. Sasha, am I gonna have to have levels of pay attention like the bird one in Eden? Is that E7? Yeah, it's E7. E7 is the one that Win hates. Am I gonna need to pay attention that much, Sasha? Oh, no. You're saying like watch the skybox as in like what was it? The fight in heavens where we fought the Pope. Gotta look at the skybox. Okay. So it's like that one. It's like the Pope one. Okay. Watch skybox. Cinderdrift. Thank you, Idolac. Yes, that's what we're gonna do first. We might be able to make 2 teams as well because Penn is doing them for the first time. So if we have enough people, we could potentially split off into 2. I'm just gathering in the locks and chilling. Lala's on the boxes. Aw, I wish Mord could join us too. Cats and Lalas, we must perch. Okay, I'm actually feeling more energetic, so I guess the caffeine helped. It's very flashy. That's the most streamers miss because looking at the ground. I don't always look at the ground. I mean, I look at the ground because I'm looking at my party list. So I will try to make sure to look around. So thank you. I don't know. Do I want to play? Okay. Do I want to play Siege for this one though? Or do I want to play White Mage? Do I want to play White Mage first maybe? Maybe just White Mage. I'm certain someone in the party can make a sound effect when it's occurring. I'll try to pay attention. I should be good. It's raining in the desert. It's great. They need water. Okay. Be right back. I'm gonna take one more sip. Wait, what time is it? It's 4 now. I'm not taking a sip. Okay. I wonder if I needed to put both of my earbuds in. Whenever you play, make sure you're hungry when you queue in. Whatever you play. I need to be hungry? I need to make sure to be hungry for the queue time? Okay. Try my best. Alright, I put both earbuds in, so I'm hoping the music's... I hope the music is banging. I hope the music is fantastic. Okay, cool. Let me do a ready check. We are going to be doing this mine, so if anybody is joining us today, it is going to be a mine attempt. Mine. And be banging? Okay, I'm ready. Both earbuds in. Music's turned up, right? Yeah, music's pretty turned up. It's at 35% right now. Oh, thank you for the pillow. That's so cute. I'm excited too. Also, Cam, do you want to do... Yeah, Cam, do you want to play Astro? Make sure you can hear the background music. It should be okay. I think background music is pretty loud right now. Win, are you taking a break? Oh, wait, there's tomes? You get Moogle tomes in this one? I'm also gonna go ahead and do this. I'm gonna read the little description too. Not this one. Trial. I can turn off the music later too. Though the original Ultima weapon, piloted by Gaius Balsar, was destroyed in the divisive battle at Praetorium, Garlemald has been secretly developing its successor. Now, this diabolical melding of Allagan and Garlean technologies has been deployed to annihilate those who oppose the Empire. At the behest of none other than Gaius Balsar himself, you cross the scorched battlefield of Gimlet Dark to halt this crimson menace before it lays waste to Eorzea. I really feel like we're gonna see her again. I think we're gonna see Livia again some point. I did, but I can play Sage if you want to play Regen. I would like to play Regen, please, if you don't mind. Thank you. We can do double heals as well. I don't mind. I was just making sure if you wanted to, like, you know, do one of each or not. Win, are you back? Okay, Win is back. Okay, let me raid check again. Kiwi is back. Okay, have we picked who is main tanking? Cinder Drift? Oh, it is a Moogle Tome! Okay, whoever's joining for this one, enjoy. I get some too! I have not done anything that would give me Moogle Tomes yet, so fantastic. Cinder Drift. We can do a countdown for whenever we get in as well. Oof, the battlefield. Ooh. The ruby weapon is a Gundam! The ruby weapon is a Gundam. That means the OG Ultima was a Gundam too? Enemy detected. Oh. Commencing attack. This is so cool. Sorry. Music is good so far. It's a Gundam! Oh my gosh! Okay, move this over. This is mine. All right, who's main tanking? Welcome to the side Gundam story. I love it. It's so funny. Are we gonna be able to drive a Gundam? Oh no! We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Oh, subject Darnus preparing combat. Stamp. Optimize Ultima? I don't like this. I'm not gonna stand in front. Icon? Anti-icon weaponry. Restraints moved? Okay. Got it. Got it. Ooh, I gotta watch out for what's on the ground. Oh no, you have to stand on it. I see. Thank you. Okay, I'll res pen. I was trying to see where everyone else is standing earlier. Flexi claw? You won't even see this coming? Ooh. Oh, I don't like this! High velocity assault? Oh, that's where he's going. Okay, I was I was going the wrong way for sure. Such speed. Wait, do we not have any? We have one Rizzer. Okay, we have a Rizzer. Oh, we don't have any takes. Oh dear. Okay. Am I gonna even make it? No. Oh, frick. Okay, we're recovering. Okay, stand on these. No? Not yet. We will. No? Oh no, we don't stand on it. I was staying on the wrong side. I was not supposed to follow Kiwi. I need to follow the crowd, essentially. I also don't want to die. 1 second. Okay. You have a res. We are good. We are fine. I need to do temperance really quickly. Oh, I have to watch out. That's 3 bones? This is terrible. I'm sorry, I was trying to get you in. Oh no. Okay, okay. I can res pen. Okay, I have to follow which way it's going. Or watch out. So you have a second. You literally have a second to watch, but I had 3 bone stacks, so I'm not gonna be able to get up from that. Okay. It's fine. Okay, so I need to figure out who I need to follow, is what I'm learning today. It's really hard to figure out how to glance. I think I'm just going a little too slow. Oh, I'm like not getting any chances to use my lilies, which is like the most annoying part about this. Cause I don't know what to do. It's my own fault though, don't worry. I'm not. Okay, I need to also remember the abilities. So one of these I'm supposed to get on, and the other one I'm not supposed to. So if it's not on fire, get on it, is what I'm learning. Okay, I got it. I got it. Cause it's the quicksand we're looking afterwards. Otherwise, if it's on fire, don't touch it. Surely I can do 1 lily, right? I got like 0 miss. I got 0 blood lilies. I also missed when I was supposed to look at the sky. This is over for me? Increasing pilot override to 100%. Commencing force shutdowns. System restarting? Oversoul mode? Okay. Oh! Oh my gosh. So, if the mech driver fails, I am not Nail. Oh my gosh. So there's a whole second part? Nell Vendarnis? Come to purify this forsaken land? Okay, so there's even more. Got it. Got it. Legacy of Ancient Alec was mine. Oh my gosh. I gotta pay attention. I gotta watch. I gotta watch what's going on. Maybe I should follow my friends. Oh my gosh. Dalamud Reborn? So we gotta watch out for these. Oh my gosh! sorry, just like take it. There's a lot going on. Behind, okay, sorry, there's like a lot behind us as well. This is the back. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't have, oh, there is a res. Oh! We learned about this in Orbon! Wait, do we need to kill the comets? Yeah, we do. This is different. Oh, am I on the right side? Sorry, okay. Did fall? There's a lot to think about or to look at as well. Oh. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's what I need to look at. It's literally the fall of Dalamud. Oh, okay, that's what I need to see in the back. I need to lock in. I'm sorry, I need to pay attention. Oh. Oh my gosh, there's so much going on. Oh my gosh, did they like resurrect her and put her in Red Ruby or something? What is happening? I need to do that. I need to do that trial like 3 more times to get what was going on there. There's so much healing in the second phase. Okay, all right, cool. The first phase is a little bit more overwhelming. We got Dalamud. There was actually about the 4th time when it, that was actually about the 4th time it had come down in that fight. I had saw the countdown, and I saw, like, not the countdown, and in the corner, it's like, the Dalamud thing. I was like, oh, okay. Like, I'm sure I saw it in the corner of my eye, but I think that was like, when it was really close, I was like, oh, okay. Because I was looking around and looking at stuff, and I'm sure I panned into the view. But, yeah, there was a lot to that fight. Okay, super cool. Though, I really want to do that again. I would love to do that a fight again later on, to be able to take it in and kind of like understand the mechanics more. I kind of got it eventually after the first time when we were going through like where we need to place ourselves, and then also like watching like where we can place ourselves initially and then watching where it goes. So I get that. I get the root system now. I just should not be standing on the root when it's on fire, but whenever it is quicksand, stand on it. And then what else did I die to? Just probably not moving fast enough. I got a lot of vuln stacks at some point, and that wasn't very good, but that's fine. I think if we ever do a second run, it'll be better. Okay, no problem. Thanks for joining us. Yes, please head out if you need to. Okay, so why does it have so much teeth? Oh, okay. No further questions. The sky comes down after the ads, and everyone dies. So this is the side Gundam story. We have a little extra. I've actually never watched Evangelion though, so I know it's like, I've heard the story is kind of freaky though. But that's it. I don't know much else. Cinder, did you do Emerald yet? I kept saying. No. Well, actually, I have played Emerald. I actually have. House of the mechanic is just, know it mechanic. It's hard to figure out at a glance. It makes more sense after the second time, I feel like. But yeah, there's a lot to it. There's a lot, like, taking it in. You need to stand on those for liquefaction. Okay, liquefaction is the name of it. That's the other thing I was trying to get to, because there's a lot going on, so I wasn't, like, paying attention to all the mechanic names, which I try to do. But yeah, would love to do this again in Discord for us to learn. We still have to go through all the rest of the Eden ones, but I can't wait to do these ones because the music was really cool. There's a lot of story that I really want to take in that was like hard to take in because you're like half the time my mouth is just open. It's like, what's going, like so much is going on right now. And the way, because I was trying to read her dialogue, but also not let everyone die, right? So I kind of understand why people may play DPS or tank in some instances of new first-time stuff if they want story, because then they don't have. I mean, they could just let everyone else die. If everyone does a mechanic right, more than likely everyone should live, even if I don't heal. Okay, all right, cool. Gundam, Evangelion, freaky stuff happening. Very dense, very dense. It's a dense fight. Yes, very dense fight too. That's the other surprising thing. It's not just the dense story, but the fight too. And like this, somebody got burst on stream, and that was also very freaky too. Okay. I'm excited to do this fight again in the future. I'm sure there'll be more freaky body horror mech stuff. Never ever. Nope. Not even once. Yeah, there's this last time actually. Okay, story time. Vandarnus? No, Nihilus Vandarnus? Even from afar, your figure was unmistakable. As ever, an impressive display. I mean, I died like 5 times, though. Though, I am sure you will concur, the ultimate weapon pales in comparison to this new monstrosity. If their research is allowed to continue, the next model will be nigh on unstoppable. Nigh on unstoppable. With that in mind, the Alliance has enlisted the help of. Wait, I hear something. Hmm? I don't think we know who this person is. Do we? Here to sift through what remains of the ruby weapon, are you? Oh, it's a bunch of us. Imperial soldiers? Oh. Allie, what do you think you're doing? Allie? Do they know each other? Also, this is so interesting. Oh, whoa, father? Wait, okay, first of all, I was thinking, whoa, because, well, I'm just realizing, because, you know, like, because the Empire has, like, taken over part of, like, sorry, like, taken over part of, like, I'm sure, like, Yanxia and that area and everything, so I was like, okay, so they're Imperial soldiers, so that means they must have been, I don't know, like, anyways. Whoa, father? He has kids? Oh my gosh. It has, also he didn't recognize his kids, but also he says it has been too long. Alphonse and you too, Rex. I don't think they meant to see, I don't think they thought they were gonna see his dad. So this is a family reunion on top of everything else. Given that the Empire is proceeding with the weapon project and making inroads into Eorzea, I suppose it was only a matter of time until our paths crossed. So is he a deserter? I mean, he kind of is a deserter at this point, but this is interesting. It's wonderful to see you again, Father, although I can't say I think much of the company you've been keeping. I know a lot happened, but I'm just glad you're all right. And now, you can come back to Garlemald with us. Oh. My days serving the Empire are over. Because you're suspected of assassinating Emperor Varys? But we know you never do a thing like that. There must be a way to prove your innocence. Then everything can go back to the way it was. Oh. Oh, we're gonna have an echo now? An echo flashback of everything? We know it's more than just that, too. So, wait, did he adopt all these kids? So he found you two shivering on the roadside when he was going through Werlitz? Lucky for you, eh? Oh, they're so small. If he hadn't, we'd probably be dead by now. As for the three of us, our parents died in the epidemic. We'd still be begging on the street corners if it weren't for him. I just wish there was a way we could repay Lord Gaius for all the kindness he showed us. Oh my gosh. He's just like us for real. He's just adopting kids. But actually, canonically, in-game, he has adopted many, apparently. He fights for the Empire, so we should too. That'll make him proud of us. You're saying we should join the army? I don't think that's such a good idea. Everyone in Warlet was scared of the Garleans. Why would we want to be like them? Lord Gaius is different. I know he is. You're right. He always says that the strong should lead the weak. Maybe that's why he took us in. Alright. If becoming soldiers is what it takes, I'll do it. Who's with me? Count me in, and maybe one day people will look up to us like we do Lord Gaius. Then it's settled. From now on, we're all brothers and sisters fighting for the same cause. Brother and sisters? Then that would make Lord Gaius our father? Well, if he doesn't mind us calling him that, I suppose so. Then that makes you our big brother, since you're the oldest. You better be nice to us, or I'm telling father. Oh. Now he's gained 3 new little siblings. Oh, this is sweet. But then also... Father, since you went away, a lot has changed for the Empire, in the Empire. For us too. If we'd known that you were still out there, still alive, none of this would have happened. Like that's the other thing too, because like they thought he had died in Ultima and in Praetorium, right? And he's been kind of like rogue ever since. And I'm assuming the kids at this point are like adults, or like they have each other, they're adults. So he thought that they'll be okay and they'll be fine, like without him. And for him to kind of like remedy, not remedy, but like for him to fix his past and stuff. Oh my gosh. Hi Biscuit, how are you? How's it going? Hello Bakery, I hope you all are doing well. Hi Craven. How's it going? Hi Jenna. So much is happening right now. We just did, what's this first one called? I forgot. Drift. Whatever, something drift. We are currently okay, hi there, hi everyone. How's it going? My name is Notice. We are currently doing Shadowbringers content. We are doing the first trial series, first in the trial series at the moment. Cinder Drift, yes, we just did that one. I died a bunch of times in the first phase. My jaw was like slacked for most of the second phase. And then now we're realizing that Gaius is a father to 5. And I said, he's just like us, for real. He just adopts kids from war-torn places, even though, you know, he was attributing to some of those places at some point, but, you know, he's trying, I guess. But he's just like us because he keeps picking up random orphans and making sure they're there. He's making sure they're okay. We did, yes, so we just did the first one, and now we're in the cutscene. So much is happening. Thank you so much, by the way. I hope you all are doing well. How was your stream? What did you end up doing? Definitely get a shout out for Biscuit as well. Does a lot of Final Fantasy, does variety. Wonderful streamer. My brain is really smushy, and there's now communication issues between father and kids, so we are having to hopefully also, like, okay, so the Echo flashback we got, like, Gaius never saw that because the kids were just by themselves, so we kind of know that the kids' origin stories now. But it's really interesting, and I'm really curious to see what happens going forward here. What do you mean? The truth is... Big Bro isn't happy. Oh, is Big Bro here to... Oh, don't tell me they're working for the 7th Legion. Hopefully not. Maybe they are, honestly. Oh. If you must go, I will not stop you. But answer me this. Who was piloting the Red Ruby? We all know that Neil Vendarnus has not returned from the dead. Don't tell me the kids were! Hopefully not. But who would... Okay, so maybe it isn't Livia, because that was my thought. It was like, I wonder if Livia is gonna pop up randomly here, right? Who do you think? It was... So it's Melisandre? Melisandre? No. No, I refuse to believe that. Oh. Oh no! I refuse to believe you would let that happen. She was a sister to you. To all of you. That they would... Oh my gosh. That, like, in order to fight Eorzea, they're willing to become the test subjects? I guess because the other part is, like, they didn't know that he was still alive, so they essentially, like... It's like, I'm sure it's part revenge, part wanting to, like, live up to Gaius. Because, like, Gaius also was piloting Ultima, right? So it's like, oh no. So it's part, like, living up to his, like, legacy. It's, like, almost wanting revenge against Eorzea and the Warrior of Light because they thought he died. It's them wanting to be, like... Oh my gosh. Oh, this is so messed up. So... Okay. Alright. We only wanted to finish what you started. And while we will never forget all that you have done for us, the next time we meet, it shall be enemies. Goodbye, Father. As for you, hero of Eorzea, you'll pay for what you did to her. I swear it. Doesn't have to be like this. It does not have to be like this. This is so... This story is so messed up so far. Huh. On brand for Gundam stories? You're not wrong. You are absolutely not wrong. Like, those stories can be really heavy. This is so much. Yeah, a lot is happening right now. I'm gonna turn this down just a second. Yeah, I was not expecting this in the story at all. So far, so not good. Well, at least Gaius didn't do it. So he doesn't have that on his shoulders, but he has still so much guilt because now he indirectly basically, oh my gosh, allowed it to happen. So he's losing more people. And the kids basically declared war. Not declared war, but essentially said, we're going to be enemies. Like, and that means that somebody else will be in the next mech thing. What is this story? I didn't expect it to be so heavy, so early, so fast. But yeah, I guess this is just Shadowbringer's things. Also, once again, thank you so much, by the way, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Daisy. Thank you for the 100 bits. I very much appreciate you. It is not my birthday, but actually my birthday is getting close. It's September 7th. It's happening. But, yeah, we are... there's a lot to take in from, like, the first... As soon as we got into the Trial Series, it did not let us off the ride. It was, like, constant escalation. Constant escalation. And now we're just sitting here. And what's gonna happen next? I'm not even sure. What was the name? The series name? Warlet? Warlet? When you realize it's a Gundam reference, War in Pocket comes to mind. Horror, family conflict, very mech anime. Yeah. And I haven't watched all of the Gundam, like all the Gundam series. I watched like a handful, and I've enjoyed them. They've always been very, very heavy. You would think like, ooh, fun, robots fighting, it's really cool looking, it is really cool looking, but like there's a lot of like loss and grief. There's a lot of like loss and grief topics in them. And now, like, it kind of makes me want to watch... Okay, so the one that I really want to watch, that's one of the newer ones, I want to watch, is it Witch from Mercury? I really want to watch that one. I've seen, like, one episode, and I've heard it's good. Well, I've heard it's good. And it looks good to me, so I really want to watch that later. Wow. So a Gundam fan and played this was, yeah. I hope you enjoyed it! And enjoy comes with a large asterisk, because there's a lot going on. Witch from Mercury is good. Okay, I really want to watch it. I want to watch that one too. Gundam, maybe we'll have to watch Witch from Mercury in Discord one night, and I'll just record my reactions and post them later. I heard it's really short as well, right? So it is. So how is there a second season for Witch from Mercury? It's very good, not biased. I know why you're biased, sorry. We might have to do maybe we'll have to do a Discord watch party for it, because it's like it's one of the ones I really want to watch to get back into the series again. I love this one. My favorite is probably Iron Blood. Okay, so which aside from we're gonna definitely watch Witch from Mercury, but which ones also have romance? I take that back. The ones that I watched the ones I first watched had some romance, but it was very light, and I was always hoping for more. That's a weird question to ask so suddenly, so early into a stream, though. So most of the Gundam shows have romance, actually, but is there more? Is there more as we go on to the series, perhaps, maybe? I don't know if you want the ones with romance. Are they not as good? I think Notice will prefer Witch. There is romance. Yeah, I know that there's some in there, as far as I understand. Aside from it, okay, all right. Well, we'll start with one, all right, and then we'll go forward from there. 24, okay, 24 isn't terrible. That's not bad at all. One prologue, so 12 episode seasons. So two 12 episode seasons. Okay. 26, both from 24. How have you been? I've been pretty okay lately. I will say the summer's been hitting weird, and if summer seasonal depression exists, I may know something about it. But otherwise, streaming has been really great. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of story, a lot of content, and I'm really excited to, once again, that's kind of just like weird to ask somebody just to like go into their stream. Okay. But, so let's go back. The most job in Gundam is being the main character. Stop! No! Don't tell me that! No, don't tell me all Gundams is Doom romance, okay? It's been a long time since I watched a lot of Gundam series, but do not tell me it's a Doom romance. I don't know if I'm able to take it. You can't tell me that, okay? Okay, alright, Daisy, I'm not the only one. Because I think it's just, it gets like really hot and it really dampens the mood. Sometimes if I don't leave my apartment or my house in the wintertime, I get a little sad. But if I see my friends, it's a little bit better. But I think I need to get out more. And I'll be taking a family trip next week, so that's going to be exciting as well. Okay, alright. Don't tell me it's a dude romance. I don't think I'll be able to take a dude romance. Okay. All right, we'll watch Witch from Mercury, and we'll move forward from there. All right. Okay. But yes. Oh my gosh, this Gundam interlude in between MSQ is wild. Which I think it's really cool though. I haven't showed everyone. I need to grab it, but I ended up, for a past birthday, as a treat to myself, I may have gotten the Gundam router. And I need to like place it in my background somewhere so it can actually be shown, but I may have gotten it as a treat for my birthday. I think the year before, like last year or the year before. Yeah, the year before. Boy band Gundam series? I stepped away? No, you were all good. Oh no. Yeah, it's so obnoxious in the summer and the spring when all the bugs are around. I need to mow. Got up so late, so it's too hot now. Hopefully you can mow in the evening before, like, when the peak of the sun goes down. Might like Wing, despite not being part of the Universal Timeline. I actually don't know which one that is. I'll have to look later on. And then kind of help save the original series. I love that. Is that what people got? Is that how people got invested and then further like allowed the franchise to like move forward? Aside from, you know, Gunplas and everything, because I'm assuming that's a huge part in terms of the sales as well. Curses you block them before I could copy. Yeah, no, you are good. Yeah, we are. I ended up just Yeah, we're not gonna worry about it. Wing is the only long Gundam I finished, and then it wasn't super popular at first with fans, then Gunpla helped make it big. That makes sense. Gunpla is massive. One of my Twitch friends always does Gunplas on stream, and maybe it'd be cool to make one day, but I don't even know which one. Oh my gosh, that might change. If we watch Witch from Mercury, that might change. I might get my first one. What if I get my first one afterwards? I've also seen people like do like deco them and like make like super pink. I've seen like those Sailor Moon ones that people make. It's really cool. Cute boy series? Maybe be open to that. The main ones are the Universal Centuries. There's a ton of spin-off ones. I see. They're always shorter and more accessible. Advocate for building Tall Geese, not because it's your favorite one, are incredibly popular because of the new fans that started from the series. I love that though. That hopefully it means that there's more availability, right? Maybe, yeah? Is there more availability? Is it easier to get them if they produce more of them? One of the OGs? I feel like Wing sounds familiar. Maybe I ended up watching Wing when I was younger. Was Wing on Toonami? It's for the main kids. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, we have to move forward. Okay, we have to go forward. And we have to figure out what's going on. We have to hopefully reunite Gaius and his children. All right, and then they can actually properly grieve what had happened and like what has happened since they thought they lost their father, and then maybe get out of the Garlean brainwashing, the Empire brainwashing, perhaps, maybe, please, hopefully, please. That is our goal, all right? Oh, that was Wing and Seed. Maybe it was Seed that I saw. I don't remember which one it was. I'll have to look up. I can recognize the characters. If I look up the characters later, I'll probably recognize that. A lot of, it was also amazing. G was also good too. Yeah, I'll have to look later. Okay, cool. So we have plans. Plans to okay. I need to actually write that down because I think I do owe everyone a Discord movie night, perhaps. If not, we can just start, at least start Witch from Mercury to get into it, and then move on from there. I need to actually put this in my Google Calendar somewhere. Discord, Witch from Mercury. Okay, I put it in the calendar for later. Now move it around as needed, and then we can figure out a night to watch it. It definitely will be after I come back from my trip. Okay, cool. One moment. Okay, we're gonna redo the parties as well later on as well. I'm sorry, I'm very slow at the moment. If it's gonna be a thing I could host, you have access to all of them? Oh, sorry, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Okay, that's good to know. I'm glad, because I don't have any like subscriptions like from streaming services at the moment. So that would be very, very helpful. Thank you. I'm gonna go back as well. Also, thank you, Daisy. I appreciate you. Have you been doing well though? Like, despite being it terribly hot and everything, have you making sure to enjoy crocheting and crafting and everything like that, and just like hopefully taking time for yourself in between. Like, I'm sure a lot of outings with little Daisy as well, because it's like it's summer and I feel like kids are always outside and about. Okay. I haven't been on Twitch in a while. How are you doing? We're doing pretty good so far. We're going through a lot of story. We finished Final Fantasy IX yesterday, and it was fantastic and wonderful. There's a lot of story in what I'm doing now, which is the Trial Series. We're in Shadowbringers. I'm hoping to start Expedition 33 when I come back from my break, and my break will be next week. So yeah, I'll make sure to bring back snacks and share them with everyone. It's kind of love. Huh, really? Really, Ryo? Wing is love and deep space coded. Very interesting. I haven't actually gone far into the story of lads or love and deep space, so I'll have to work on that. Access to some streaming devices as well. Okay, thank you. Congrats on finishing 9. 9 is really good. I really like it a lot. I am. Husband and little Daisy went shopping. Oh, that's nice. And then had house to myself, did some chores, playing Infinity Nikki! Yay! Okay, and it's been amazing. I'm glad you're really enjoying it. Are you just like going through the grind? Are you going through some story? Yeah, I don't think Gaius is okay, so we're gonna have to talk to him in a little bit, figure out what's going on. After Gaius and I faced the ruby weapon, I thought it'd be all but indestructible, but I'm glad it to be proven wrong on this occasion. Gaius wasn't exaggerating when he spoke of your prowess in battle. Unfortunately, it seems that a few problem remains, and unlike the ruby weapon, it might take more than brute force to solve them. Okay. I mean, I would also kind of be speechless after what happened. Oh my gosh! Where's Alpha? Did you bring my boy? No, he's exploring with Omega. Well. Gaius Van Belsar, we meet again. Come to see how your precious weapon project has been proceeding in your absence, have you? You are come to collect data on the ruby weapon, correct? The pilot, Melisandre, has been inside the should still be inside the cockpit. I will ask Valdolin to escort you to the wreckage. This music isn't very fitting. Can you turn off your music, Sid? Any idea who this Melisandre is? An Imperial crony of his, perhaps? So that's his adopted daughter. One of the orphans. Gaius always did have an eye for talent and a mind to nurture it. In fact, Livia Sasjunis was another protege of his. Oh, so she deeply okay, I was gonna deeply admired. we do often say simp for him, but that's interesting. So, extra information and extra lore doing this was another protege of his. He even took me under his wing when my father became obsessed with the Meteor Project. It's strange that I felt closer to Gaius than my own flesh and blood. Then, my father and countless others lost their lives in the Boja incident. Although he was acting under Emperor Solus's orders, he masterminded the whole thing. So much, oh my gosh, there's so much lore. There's so much extra lore here. I did not realize. So I have to do Boja for the lore. I don't want to do Boja, but apparently I'm being told I need to do Boja for the lore, according to Sid. I'd beg him to reconsider, to put an end to this madness, but my words fell on deaf ears. That's when I turned to Gaius for support, and he was as much as a pawn of the Emperor as my father, and refused to intervene. And when my turn came to serve, I deflected and fled to Eorzea. I blame Gaius as much as any of them, perhaps even more, for the barbaric acts carried out in the name of conquest, but when we met at Praetorium, all that hatred that had been festering inside me seemed to fade away, and remember the man I once respected. To think that the dreaded Black Wolf was a mere plaything of the Ascians, who left him broken and disgraced, having sent thousands of his men to early graves. It's more than most could bear. And now the lives of the children he raised hang in the balance. Any personal agreements I have with Gaius can wait. I'd best gather what information I can on the ruby weapon, but I'll be back as soon as possible. So we thought Emmett explained and expositioned a lot. Sid gave us a huge lore dump, which is great. And I feel like I need to take notes. I feel like one second. Where's my notebook really quickly? I'm gonna write down some stuff because we learned a lot right there. And I feel like I may want to refer back to this at some point. Boja is lore. Boja does have lore. Honestly, it's not as long as Eureka. You're just there for the story. Okay, as long as it's not that bad. I wish I could New Game Plus the Boja unlock. Oh, really? Okay, alright, you convinced me. I'll at least do the unlock for the story, right? At some point. Okay, so it is 7, 12, 25. Today is... We're doing the Trial Series. Warlet? Wirelet? So, Gaius has 5 adopted kids. Livia was the protege. And it's surprising as well. I didn't realize about that for Sid as well. So Sid confided in Gaius. When it was the Meteor Project. Under Solus. It all comes back to him! This is why I can't stop thinking about him. Alright, so what else did I learn? It's just so sad. Millie Sandia. We have Allie, Alphonse, and then 2 of the other ones as well, 2 of the other kids. Rex. Okay, cool. Everyone apparently loves Gaius, loves him, and also has a very complicated past with him too. Yeah, you're right. Everyone loves Gaius, but then also like has very conflicting feelings with him. He's, yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I love that you keep a notebook while you game. I did the same. It must be. I thought, no, you're not weird at all. It's actually really interesting. So I used to take notes just on like on sticky notes, but I would just lose them and I would never have them like compiled in one place. And then one of my friends, I ended up getting this notebook when I was in California with my sister, and I was like, okay, this is nice. It's a small compact notebook, and I was like, maybe I'll be able to take good notes. So I ended up mostly writing down at first things I needed in the game or how to pronounce things. And then another friend was like, you should take notes of this other game you're starting. I'm like, okay. And then after that, I got into the habit of just taking notes of lore things to go back to. And there's a lot, and since it's real time of when it happened, it's kind of neat and interesting. I'm glad I do stream as well, because I still have those. I still have those live recollection, live thoughts. But it's nice to have them compiled somewhere here. And sometimes we have silly things written in here too. But it is helpful going through the story. And this is just since this isn't the main story lore, it's just side stuff, it is still tying into everything, into the rest of the world. He is the Garlean hero. That's interesting. So is Gaius kind of the equivalent to the Warrior of Light to the rest of Eorzea, but Gaius was that guy. He was that guy before they thought he died. Because he was even after he defected, right? He was still really loyal to Varys. And I thought that was interesting. So that also means that Gaius also... Gaius also served under Solus too. If Sid's dad served under Solus, well, under the guise, right, of like his orders. But then Gaius did too, and then definitely was loyal to Varys. Like, despite deflecting and everything, he was still worried about him. So it's also like that makes sense because it'd be hard to completely get rid of that part of your like identity and that side, like for having served under the Empire for so many years, right? Because his main issue now is to like correct his mistakes with Ultima and then also hunt Ascians. I feel like Solus of the Warrior of Light of Garlemald. Do you think so? Gaius is pretty close though. I see. Pretty close. He was the one of the generals. Okay, which is why it's the front lines. Gaius is a true believer. The Ascian thing hit wrong, and that's exactly why he's an Ascian hunter. He loves his country, doesn't agree with the government anymore. I think that's interesting. I think that's why he makes such an interesting, like a really, like, I don't know, like I keep saying interesting, but I think that's why he's such a cool kind of like character to go through his story, because like I can see, okay, I don't know, because he was complicit in a lot of things that went bad, right? But he's kind of seeing his wrongs, and like you can still like care for something that is harmful to a degree, but also realize like this is not good for anyone, and like maybe it's more so like trying to fix what the terribleness is. And honestly, at this point, I don't even know if Gaius, well, no, Gaius does know. No, he does. I'm pretty sure he does know. I'll have to, we'll see later on in the story, but I'm pretty sure he does know. I think in the cutscene, sorry, because what I'm trying to say is I'm pretty sure he does know that like the origins of the Garlean Empire. I'm fairly sure that was talked about, or maybe not. He knows there's a lot of Ascian meddling at the very least. But maybe not. We'll work on it. We'll see later on. I was happy to get more Gaius lore. Even back in A Realm Reborn, he was interesting, but I really like giving him more. Yeah. And it was like... It's good to see like a long arc for him as well, right? And there is a chance, because this is side content, so it's not like they just like... It's not like in like MSQ where they don't have enough time to dedicate to him, where this is optional and it's like more kind of fleshed out, it seems like. But we're still really early on, and I need to like lock in because I need a quest instead of just talking about it. The cockpit remains intact. We may be able to glean information from the pilot. If Sid is as I remembered, it will not take long for him to finish investigating the remains of the ruby weapon. He never was one to waste time. He is definitely quick. My engineers are still in the field, but there's something I thought we would show you right away. It's about the pilot. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but if Melisandre is dead, I can only hope that she was not made to suffer. Oh no. Death would have been a kindness. In all my years, I've never seen such a perversion of science nature. Her body was fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have been spent in pure agony as her very life essence was drained from her. Oh my gosh. So that's what it was. That's why it kept on saying like, oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. So that's why like when it was talking about the initiating like sequence and stuff like that, and like when essentially the second phase was like the birth part. So it was like, that was the part where it was like draining her to create that. Okay. So she was sacrificed to power the infernal machine. But also fused to it too. Like that other one, like the ultimate, when we were fighting with Asinian. We must act quickly if we are to prevent the Empire from committing further atrocities. Notice, is there any other information you can share with us regarding the ruby weapon prior to its deactivation? Nail Van Darnus? Did the Legatus mean that much to Melisandre? From what I gather, it sounds as if the data based on Nail's combat capabilities was used to override the pilot's consciousness after she was fused with the core. That's so messed up as well. What is this? Also, I fear for my Gundam experience, if this is any indication or any indication of influences from Gundam? What is this? Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. Okay, so the combat capabilities was override the pilot's consciousness after it was fused. So essentially brainwashed her to thinking that she was Nail. If this technology is performed and the Empire begins implanting memories of renowned warriors such as White Raven into its soldiers, the Alliance won't stand a chance. Oh my gosh. Would they take... Are we gonna have to fight a Black Wolf later? Are we gonna fight a Gaius later? Sorry. Okay. Alright. Is such a thing even possible? That's more or less how soul crystals work. A similar method of transference was used on the prototype Ascendian fought, was it not? Your friend did mention he overheard this Signifier loading various sets of data into the test model during the fight. It would appear that the system has been improved since then. While it may bear some similarities, we won't know for certain until we've analyzed the wreckage of the ruby weapon. It cannot be denied that combining data from an experienced soldier with the powers of an icon has yielded remarkable results. But in doing so, the Empire has sunk to the very depths of depravity. This is beyond forgiveness. For once, I agree with you. Yet, one question remains unanswered. How were they able to obtain data on someone who was supposedly killed prior to the calamity? That's what I'm trying to determine. There is one possibility I'd like to explore, but I'll need to carry out one more thorough investigation first. Severa will provide support while you are in the field. Not only is she extremely well versed in the latest Garlean technology, there are a few soldiers I'd rather have watching my back. In the meantime, I'm gonna call him Vald and I will follow the ruby weapon's tracks back to its point of origin. We will learn of what we can of the weapon project and the manner in which Alphonse and the others are involved. Should we uncover anything of value, we should relay its troops stationed here. For now, I suggest you use this lull in Garlean activity to recuperate. Would I be correct in guessing that this belated reunion with those darling orphans of yours has stirred up memories of your time in Garlemald? Remember our agreement, Gaius. If you so much think of returning to your imperial masters, I will kill you. Okay, interesting. Because whenever he said that essentially insinuated that he rarely agrees with Gaius, right? Vald, it didn't seem like they were best of friends, right? Where it seems like Severa and him are a bit closer, or he confides in her at least a bit more, right? Okay, interesting, cool. Okay, so what did we? I feel like Nil. Where is she? Where's her name? Nil Vendarnus. White Raven, and then also so Veld and Gaius are not friends. Will kill him? Okay, cool. It was probably the worst thing that she could have experienced. No, there's an assumption because of the throne room scene and being around like Raban, who also knows, admits to the Orisian Empire, knows about the Asian shenanigans. Okay, got it. Because it's been a little while since we've seen the cutscenes. I would love to watch those cutscenes again. The one specifically where it was like Astinian and Gaius kind of like going through Shadowbringers. Okay, so interesting. The resistance officer is over here. I have to go. Okay, I have to go back this way. Hopefully, the next one I die less. War Machina Fanatic. So you put down the ruby weapon. Gods, I wish I could have seen it. Not from too close, mine. I suppose I should report news of your victory to the higher-ups. I realize you must have been through quite the ordeal, but could you give me a quick summary of the battle? Make it sound so easy. It was not easy. From the way you tell it, anyone would think that you slay hulking brutes like that for a living. I'll put all of this into a report and leave a copy over there. Should you fancy a bit of light reading? Anyway, I expect you've got more pressing matters to take care of, like going for a celebratory pint. I know somebody who would like to celebrate with us. If the Guardians pluck up the courage to come knocking again, we'll let you know. Until then, rest up. Okay. More? Not another meanwhile. Meanwhile, and Worlt Magitech installation. We should have told him the truth. He'd be able to help us. I know he would. That's exactly the problem, Allie. If he knew the true nature of the weapon project, he'd find some way to interfere. We've come too far to back down now. I won't let Melisandre's death be in vain. Infinite means going against Father's wishes. This sounds like is it sunk cost fallacy? Like, you're going so far at this point, we can't stop, we can't have their life go in vain. It's not, their life isn't in vain. They, I think this is just sunk costs and they're just gonna further endanger themselves and their loved ones. Anyways, let's continue. Cheer up, Alphonse. We can all go back to being one big happy family after we've dealt with those pesky Orisians. It'll just be like old times. If only it were that simple. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. Oh my gosh. No. Okay. I'm just writing his name down before I forget. Excuse me? I think you're forgetting whose turn it is next. Oh, ye of little faith. With me at the helm of the sapphire weapon, it'll be over before you know it. Whatever happens, Rex, promise me you'll come back to us. I couldn't bear to lose you too. I don't know if he's gonna be able to make good on that promise. I don't like this. Exhilarating battle. Uh-huh. Are these where the extremes are? Oh, to be able to pilot such a majestic creation, I could defect to the Empire and offer my services. Ever since the time of the original Ultima, I've fallen in love with the fusion of Allegan and Garlean design. It takes my breath away. If that's what it takes to shut you up. Don't blame me if I smash it to smithereens. Did you say something? Okay, so fanatic. Uh-huh. So this is a war machina weeb derogatory. Behold. Restore this Allegan relic. I probably shouldn't have worked on it. Or shouldn't have talked to him. That's okay. Do some light reading to go hang out with the best Lala. Average mecha otaku spotted. She hit it with the Wii derogatory. Nice and jolly. There's a time and a place, and he wasn't aware that this was not the time and place. We got things to do, right? Ooh, we get a wait, we get a reward? But also, ooh, oh no, sleep now in Sapphire. That doesn't sound good. What do you mean sleep now in Sapphire? Is he gonna be asleep after we deal with the Sapphire Warrior? On the Sapphire Ultima or whatever. Information relating to the weapon project has now been uncovered and your allies are prepared to depart for distant lands. Notice, I'm afraid we haven't much time in the way of information to share from the front line. We have, however, received word that Gaius wishes to speak with you at the Alliance headquarters. I've arranged an escort to take you to the headquarters, so when you're ready to depart, speak with the fellow over there. Ooh. So Gaius, Ruby Weapon, Melisandria. So I know, so about a refresher of Nail. I know Nail was, I remember, didn't we like learn more about her? Was it in Coil? Where was it? I know we did something. Was it Coils? And I know at this point, it's like, she was the, oh, I see. First Ruby, now Sapphire, in Coils. Okay, it was in Coils. I remember. Okay. She showed up in Coils. And then we know we learned more about Dalamud with her as well. And like, okay. Yeah, in Coils. Okay. It's been a hot minute. So I do want to read these later, probably. Name. Name, Gaius Belsar. Gaius Belsar, pure Garlean, former legatus of the 14th Legion during his time. Credited with the conquest of 5 cities. Extremely dangerous. Assumed dead after the Battle of Castrum Meridum. His elimination, made the elimination of Asians his primary objective, operating under the name Shadowhunter. Taken over by the 7th. Resistance officer reports there may be a possibility he may betray us and return to the Empire, so you must be monitored closely. Absorb ether. Dense armor, flexible claw-like weapons. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. Pilot of the ruby weapon. All other information regarding the subject was gained verbally. A verbal testimony. Her parents were killed when their homeland... when their homeland in the imperial territory of Warlit. Warlit? Struck by an epidemic. She was later taken into care of Gaius with several other orphans. Despondent and introverted at first, the guidance of Alphonse, the eldest of the orphans, she grew to become more assertive and self-assured. Let us know of how she became the pilot. According to Gaius, her emotional attachment to Alphonse may have been what compelled her to participate in the dangerous mission. Oh my gosh. Ruby, the report delivered by Sid of the preliminary examinations of the ruby weapon remains states that her body was fused to the core with no vital signs detected. Estimated age at time of death was 20. This is gonna be so messed up. The rest of this, I have no I have no optimism in terms of this, like, not gonna be, like, really bad going forward. Or, like, really, like, I don't know, just, like, warped. Good, you're here. The Ironworks have completed their analysis of the Rue weapon, and Sid Garland wishes to share his findings. I take it you can spare a few moments? Very good. Please wait here while I inform him of your arrival. I do. They are nearby. Glad you can make it, Notice. I'm sure you're as anxious as anyone to hear what we've uncovered. Our early hypotheses were proven correct. The Garleans have designed a system where a pilot's consciousness can be forcibly supplanted with data based on the memories and experience of another. So even a ranked amateur could obtain the combat capabilities of a seasoned warrior? Precisely, and we learned that this was made possible when we opened the cockpit. The monitors were still operational. Among the messages displayed, one particular phrase caught my attention. Oh yeah, I forgot. That makes sense of like why they kept on talking about the synthetic orosite system. Which is what exactly? Well, the core of the ultimate weapon was referred to as the Heart of ShB by the Asians. We believe it to have been a type of urusite. I can't say much about the synthetic sort at this stage, but I've encountered real urusite before. It's extremely potent, perhaps equal in power to the Heart of ShB. It's unclear whether the Garlean simulacrum possesses the same properties as genuine urusite, but I intend to follow this avenue of inquiry to see where it leads. What we do know is that it was used to implant the combat data of Neil Vandaris into the pilot, who has been presumed dead since the calamity. Are you any closer to discovering how they were able to retrieve this data? Blink didn't occur to Gaius at first, but he later told me of the devices fitted to the magic armors of the Empire's high-ranking officers. There's reason to believe they were designed to emulate the soul crystals used throughout Eorzea. Yes, that was rumored to be its true purpose, but it was never publicly acknowledged. Perhaps those in the upper echelons? Yeah, echelons of command wanted to avoid comparing it to so-called savages they were meant to be conquering. There's also the question of whether the system even functions as intended. From what we've seen, we can assume they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with the devices. If the comparison with soul crystals is valid, perhaps this data was transferred via ether. However, it seems that extracted not only memories relating to combat, but the soldier's very essence. As you saw, the pilot succumbed entirely to the will of Vandarnus. Though it is merely supposition, it's possible that being fused with the Ruby's weapon's core accelerated the process and caused the deceased's legacy to manifest in corporal form. Would it be that death of the pilot was caused by the system malfunctioning? It's hard to say. The re-weapon itself was largely intact when deactivated, which strongly implies that it was a synthetic Urusite running amok that killed her, rather than the damage incurred during the battle. But even after our analysis, I'm afraid we don't have enough information. For now, perhaps, we should consult with Gaius as our next plan of action. Oh, that's a lot. Emotional damage in Shadowbringers is more than you think. I've been constantly told, and at this point, like, it is well in my brain that, like, the content in Shadowbringers is very dense. And the more dense it is, the more potential for emotional damage. I still need to get to the bottom of how the synthetic Urusite system works, whether the pilot's fusion with the core was malfunction or planned from the start. Gaius will know how to best proceed. I have just returned from the reconnaissance. I shall reveal my findings before taking a long overdue rest. Vald has come bearing vital information. I traced the ruby weapon's path back to the occupied territory of Werlet. Which means sorrow? It means sorrow? Werlet and sorrow? That's not okay. Okay, so, also white Urusite as well. White Urusite. This is synthetic. Okay. So I traced the ruby weapon's path back to the occupied territory of Werlet, which appears to be where it was built. Where exactly is Werlet? My grasp of geography is surprisingly poor. Can you care to enlighten me? At the moment, we have no... Yeah, we don't know where Werlet is, sadly. While Amigo is placed on the western edge of Gimlet, Werlet lies on the opposite side, to the east. It was once a proud, prosperous city until it was brought to its knees by the Imperial invaders. You seem rather informed. Perhaps I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was common knowledge. They do not get along, which is interesting. It's also where Alphonse and the others were born. And now, the weapon project has brought them home. Yes, the place is now rife with Imperials. They have established an airship supply depot in the coastal town of Turncliffe. According to the locals, something resembling one of the weapons was transported there a few days ago. This bodes ill. No, this bodes ill indeed. Were it possible, I would attempt to capture Alphonse and his followers before they can launch an offensive. However, the distance between here and Turncliffe presents a considerable obstacle. In all likelihood, their weapons will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching by sea would allow us to save time by circumventing their ground-based troops, provided we were able to secure a vessel. Or you can use the Enterprise, take the most direct route as the crow flies. In fact, this is the perfect chance to put my top secret plan into action. Top secret plan? And might I ask what that entails? The smirk. It wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you, now would it? What I can say is there's a starring role planned for you, notice? Why so surprised? You didn't think I'd let you get off so easily, did you? They'll be here soon, so don't you worry. Are we gonna pilot a mech? Is it our turn? Is it my turn? Is it my turn to pilot a mech? Many Imperials who fought in Gimlet withdrew for Warlit, though they will have had ample time to recuperate by now. Were we to approach by land, we could expect considerable resistance. I must admit, I'm not fond of surprises, or secrets for the matter. So, okay, Sevra and Vald? Also, so yeah. Sevra, not friends. They are not friends. Cause he's like also, like, it seems like he was like underestimating her, right? Sevra, where are you? You seem rather informed. Perhaps I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was common knowledge. Yeah, because like Gaius literally said earlier, like he trusts her, like watching his back, right? And that, I think like there's no other person that he would trust watching his back. So like she is very, very competent. So like these two definitely are Garleans, but I don't believe he is. And it's gonna be interesting to see where this story unfolds to. Fierce Popoto Nodders. Hi Nightmare, how are you? Hey, this is Happy Bringer's patch content. You got the glitched version. There's something wrong with my version of Final Fantasy XIV. I've been crying a lot in this one. And I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be like laughing and happy and smiling and then happy crying because there's so much happiness and sunshine and lemon cakes and stuff. So this is weird. Oh my gosh, wait. Has it been that long? Is it only 10 seconds left? Whoa. Well, I didn't even realize that. We were so occupied. We didn't even realize Timer-chan is done. That's it. That was it. We finished. We literally were so locked in. Wow, we did it, everyone. Congrats. It's time. I'm gonna go grab the juice. She did it. She took a nap. She's retired now. I literally didn't even pay attention. So sorry. I didn't even pay attention. I didn't realize she was retiring. I was just locked into the quest. Thank you for telling me. We did it. She did it, everyone. She did. It was many hours at this point. I have to double check, but honestly, I wouldn't be doubting it was like hundreds of hours of Timer-chan. Congrats. She retired. Timer-chan retired, okay? She did not die, Ritz. Someone call the police. I'm sorry, that was a little anticlimactic. I didn't realize she was retiring because I wasn't paying attention. She didn't die, okay? She retired. Happy retirement, retired Timer-chan. Let me go get the bottle real quick. She did it! Congrats! We did it! I got sparkling cider for Timer-chan. She did it! Okay, I have to open this. We're popping bottles for her. She did not go to the farm. She could probably go vacation. Oh, dang it. I have to find a bottle opener. In the arms of an angel? Do I have a bottle opener? Something we can use. We're good. A butter knife? Really? I've never done that before. I have keys. I was gonna use this on this side of a this side of a, well, you know what? If it even opens, it may not work. So how to use a butter knife on this? Someone put on Amazing Grace off bagpipes? Honestly, I would have missed her retirement if somebody didn't tell me in chat. A can opener? I don't have a traditional can opener. So I don't know if that would work for this one. If a sturdy shoe in a wall, you can open a wine bottle with a... Just wedge it between the neck and the bottle. Okay, let me... I have my keys. Maybe we can do that. Take it off the ring though. Oh no, I can't grab my keys. It has information. Wait, is that bottle closed? It is closed. I need to open it. I'm gonna see if I can wedge this under. Okay. Okay, I think we got it. I think we're fine. Yay, we did it! It's not a twist. It's not a twist off. No, it was not a twist off. This is sparkling cider, by the way, but it is bubbly. We did it! I'm gonna laugh off if it was a twist off. It's not a twist off, hooray! It was not. It was a cap. It was a bottle cap. It's so bubbly. Should I just drink it from the bottle? It is just juice. Cheers, everyone. Do it. Hi, Fizzy. How's it going? Live your best life? I'm gonna live my best life. I probably should have a snack. I'm gonna get another one of these for my birthday, okay? Cheers, everyone. Congratulations to Timer-chan. She works so hard, everyone. She works so hard. So many hours dedicated to the stream. We started in December, and I was very on and off, and she was kind of, honestly, a little tipsy during the entire ordeal, because she didn't know how to count very well. It's okay, we still love her, despite her not knowing how to do math at all. Anyways, she did great. There's a lot of times where I forgot. I didn't fix the timer, so we went way over what we should have had. But congratulations, Timer-chan. She can sleep. She's retired now. She's going... You know what? I will bring Timer-chan on. I will bring Timer-chan to my trip. She's going on vacation. Timer-chan's going on vacation, all right? She's going on vacation, and I will take pictures of her, and she's gonna get to go to the beach, and she's gonna be able to eat food, right? And, yeah. In Sapphire, Timer-chan can rest. She's not dead. She's on vacation. She's retiring, and she's gonna go on vacation next week. Because I'm gonna go on a trip next week, so she's gonna come with me. It's fine. Wait. Should this... If I... Sorry, I accidentally touched the top of my display thingy. Anyways, I was gonna say, if I bring this with me, can this be Timer-chan? Silenced. Thank you. Please put the bottle in a paper bag to make it 10 times funnier. Do I have a paper bag? I think I do. Give me a sec. I don't think it's gonna fit though. I was joking. Oh, it is gonna fit. Oh my gosh. It is gonna fit. Timer-chan at 0 is so funny. She's doing great. We're so proud of her. This is juice, by the way. I just wanted to show you all again. It's 100% juice. Take a drink every time we're sad. Take a drink every time we're sad from in Shadowbringers. This thing would be gone. And like literally, I would have to chug it. If I had to take a drink every time I was sad in Shadowbringers, oh, thank you so- no, it doesn't work like that. It says it, Timer-chan's done. She's done, okay? You can't do this anymore. She's not alive. We've already celebrated. You can extend it, but it's like, the Timer-chan, like, she's not gonna be there next time. She's retired. Please don't be worried about me drinking from this bottle. This is just juice. Thank you, Insega. You're only prolonging her retirement. She's not gonna be here next stream. She's not gonna be here tomorrow. Like, she's here to hang out. She's just like chilling, but she's retired, like fully. What happened? You can, you're just making her relive Groundhog Day. But yeah, we do have a paper bag if we needed to. But yes, do you want some? I drink a lot of juice already, huh? It's literally juice, contains no alcohol. I'll buy one of these for my birthday too. No, just drinking juice. Pizza actually sounds really good. What do I have in my fridge? No, that's not how it works. Not how it works. You're only prolonging her suffering. She's already ended. She's not gonna be here tomorrow. No, that's not how this works. You already missed it. We're already celebrating. I'm already drinking juice. No, it did. Thank you.
Hope has arrived.
She's just literally shadowing for the rest of the stream. You can extend it, but it's already happened. Thank you so much. You were good. Temperature's back from the dead. No, she's not. Ultra timer. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Super. It's already happened though. She's already retired. Thank you for $125. What was your favorite Timer Chin moment? Honestly, it was really funny that I didn't even notice that the Timer Chin was about to finish until somebody in chat said it, and there was less than 10 seconds left. There was less than 15 seconds left. I was like, what? Noda wishes that his timer was dead. Well, Noah pays more attention to his timer. Because, yeah. Because I stopped paying attention. I'm sorry. We were distracted. Exactly. We were distracted by war crimes. We were distracted by Shadowbringer war crimes, okay? That's what happened. So I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think Noah's probably gonna still be streaming by the time my birthday comes around in September. I'm pretty sure that, like, and his timer's still gonna go on until it's my birthday. Honestly, I can already imagine it happening until maybe December too. Yeah, probably. Thank you though. This is a fake Timer Chan in the corner, by the way. Timer Chan is retired, and maybe it's Countdown Kun, like, shadowing for her right now. And that countdown's gonna finish. It's gonna finish. And yeah, we're not gonna worry about it. We did it! Okay, cool. You know what that means? You know what that means? Now that Timer Chan has retired, time for me to finish. Time for me to do all the backlog things that I owe you all, right? So we were actually talking about this earlier, but I think we're gonna watch Witch from Mercury, Gundam Witch from Mercury in Discord at some point. I need to play Ocarina of Time. I need to, oh, where's my spreadsheet? Spreadsheet. This is so bright. So bright. Okay. Spreadsheet. IOU. Okay. Okay, so we need to do a social eating stream. A social eating stream. I need to have my temporary VTuber arc. I need to dye my hair actually, so I think I'm gonna probably like I think the poll right now is leading in purple. Timer Chan's not alive. You can't gaslight me like this. Is it dye? Hair? I don't know. I don't know what the command is anymore. I have to look at the command. But I have to dye my hair, and there's a color choice that I was gonna let chat choose, and I think purple's winning. I'm gonna partially dye my hair, so probably part of my bangs. And I have to take you to the gym one day apparently. Maybe we'll do an IRL, a different IRL. Oh, I have to do a day trip. I have to do an IRL stream. I think we're gonna do it at con, a local, like a con that I'm gonna go to in August, I think. So maybe we'll do an IRL stream then. I'm thinking, what else do I need to do? I owe you emotes, so I need to work on that again. But we have done Shadowbringers. We did the swear stream. maybe we'll just do goals again. But I did give you all the swear stream. That was for an hour of the stream, so that was pretty good. I need to finish there's a giveaway I was gonna do as well. I need to work on that. We started Eureka. Oh no, this is different. Where's the games that I owe you all to? I owe you, oh yeah, okay, so games. Ocarina of Time. Deltarune is slated for 2026, okay? I'm pushing Deltarune back. Baldur's Gate is also gonna be sometime in 2026. That's being pushed back. I'm starting Kingdom Hearts this year in December. I've already finished, yeah, I finished Final Fantasy VI, I finished Stray, we're gonna play Tactics eventually. After the remake comes out. Elden Ring we've already started. We did the soup stream. I did Kugane Tower. That's great. There's so much stuff. We're playing Expedition 33 next week too. Everything's great. She's alive. No. She's just, this is the after party. This is Timer Chan's after party, actually. This is her retirement after party. Where after today's stream, she's going on vacation with me next week. It's fine. It's fine. Just retired in Fiji where she never has to count again. Exactly. She doesn't have to ever do math again. She wasn't very good at it. She was not very good at it, but it's okay though. She tried her best. And that's all we can ask for. Everyone, thank you so much, by the way. I'm so sorry that felt like very anticlimactic because I was not paying attention. But thank you so much for all the support, all the kindness, the resubs, just hanging out, honestly. Like, supporting the stream, like being here, like even if it wasn't like monetarily, which by the way was more than enough. Like it's like that's more than I'd ever ask for. Like, how do I phrase this? Sorry. You being here was more than I could ask for, really. But being like monetarily contributing, it's so generous. And thank you so much for I don't know, supporting the stream and like letting me be silly and cry at games. Cry at games and hopefully cry at other things in the future too. But I really like this game. No, honestly, I really love this game, and I'm glad that the community is so like, I'm so glad that I've been able to meet like so many of y'all, and like for having all the support and for everyone like, you know, helping me like discover new games and new things about all these games, and like how much I've like grown to like, I don't know, and be able to experience so many amazing, wonderful stories. And yeah, I hope to just do more and more of that in the future. Suing for wrongful termination? She's literally retired. She put her time into it. She's not even getting fired. She literally is retiring with benefits and a pension, all right, and a vacation. I don't know how that's wrongful termination when she wanted to retire, okay? She wanted to retire. How far are we into the raid series? We only did the first one because I got distracted. What timer with benefits? She gets benefits from retirement, okay? She's going on vacation with me, and then she also gets to nap and rest. She's got a golden parachute. But yeah, she's fine, all right? I'm gonna take Timer Chan on vacation, and I'll take pictures of her, okay? All right? I'll make sure she gets a good retirement vacation. and I'll make sure to report back, okay? Okay, another drink, another cheers to Timer-chan, and then I gotta put this in the fridge and we gotta continue, alright? We're doing it. Yay, Timer-chan retirement! No, Timer-chan is already retired. This is the fake Timer now. It's not even real. She's officially retired today. As of July 12th, 2025. But it's Timer-chan traveling the world. It is. It's time for her to travel the world. I think this is probably... I don't know. I don't know if I could get an artist to doodle something as like a timer very quickly. Maybe. Actually, I have to go look around. What artists out there who would do a doodle? Perhaps. Yeah, because otherwise I'll probably just bring this. I stepped away. Are you? No, it's not champagne. No, it's juice. It's sparkling cider, Daisy. We were celebrating Timer-chan down here. Down here. She retired. She retired. That's a fake time. Can we ask where you're going on your trip? No, you cannot ask right now. I will tell you when I go back. It's literally a family trip. It's a semi-mandatory family trip, but it's going to be my vacation because family paid for my ticket because otherwise I would not be able to afford. Expecting pictures like clock on a beach in the sand? I mean, maybe. That may happen. I might do it. A doodle of Timer-chan? Yes, absolutely. You can have of course put a kawaii face on her. If you'd like to to make a Timer-chan doodle. Timer-chan in cosplay, she should have a clock face and her hair on buns. Maybe. I did plan eventually to make some kind of like get somebody to commission Timer-chan, and I feel like at this point maybe I should like get something commissioned and she's just relaxing on the beach. I think it'd be really funny. Timer-chan fan art arc. I mean, I think I gotta find an artist that I like their style and ask them to essentially make a personification of Timer-chan. Maybe that's it. I'm not gonna say anymore. I have some other ideas. And what do you need to buy? Honestly, Daisy, I don't want you to stress about it. If it is fun and it sounds silly to you, no time date at all. No worries. I was gonna say, like, if I end up getting it, I can take a picture of her, like, on my phone. I can just have her on my phone, and I can show everyone that we're on vacation. Of Timer-chan? So there is no personification of Timer-chan yet. The timer is just down here. This timer? Timer-chan PNG tube era? You can't tell my secrets like that, Elle. She makes VTuber persona. Kiwi, you can't put out my secrets like that. Hi Yumi, how are you? How's it going? Not clickbait? I don't know. Maybe it's clickbait. Maybe it's actually clickbait, Kiwi. I don't know. We'll just have to see. I do owe you a VTuber arc at some point. Okay. All right. I don't know. Who knows? No secret telling. There's no cult. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna play an ad really quickly. I'm gonna play an ad really quickly and put the juice away. Wait, one more juice. One more juice, cheers. Maybe I should buy some, I shouldn't have this much juice. Maybe I should buy another juice when I get to my destination for my trip. Destination. When I get to where my trip is. And yeah, I'll take another picture with Timer-chan and a juice bottle. One more juice. It is juice. Daisy, I think you are. I'm pretty sure you are. Here, let me get you a link if you want to double check. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I need to go to the restroom, and then I'm gonna lock in, okay? And then we're gonna do stuff. It's already like 6. I need to lock in. Okay, we'll be back. We're fully locked in now. Timer-chan, happy retirement. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Thank you for being silly with me. I really appreciate you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I'll see you soon. You know what? Later on, I'll open a card pack in honor of Timer-chan. I will draw them. I haven't gotten a personification of Timer-chan yet. I still need to work out the details. Okay, are you ready to lock in? Cause I'm ready to lock in. I've been yapping too much. Oh, wrong thing, sorry. If you see a pot in the background, don't worry about it. Don't worry about my background. I'm in disarray currently. I'm currently a mess, and my physical space represents that my mental is a mess. Alright, hi Gaius. I see Sid still delights in keeping others in suspense. I can only hope he does not make us wait over long. Oh! Oh, okay. Alright, instance. So what's the secret weapon? What's this? Wait, we are gonna drive a mech, aren't we? Oh my gosh. It's our turn! It's my turn! It's my turn! Oh my gosh. Here it is, notice. I present you with Garlon Ironworks adaptation of Ultima Weapon. The G Warrior! The G Warrior! Oh my gosh. I doubt Allegan design. I know Allegan. Sorry. I know Allegan designs when I see it. Excavated from one of their ruins, no doubt. Did Nero find this? Ah, Azislaw, to be precise. We came along it during the course of our investigation and decided it would be a shame to let it go to waste. And and you'll be taking this refitted relic to face the enemy head-on, yes? Perhaps my knowledge of Ultima Weapon will be of use. I'm counting on it as it happens. But first, we need to perform a test run in the simulator before throwing you into battle. Come, we haven't much time. We're gonna be a mech pilot! It's happening! Gee, Warrior, grab your booster seats! Oh my gosh. What the? No, with a sword? Oh! Let's begin G Warrior training simulation. Okay, preparing the 3 basic trials. I want you to attack the guiding system. Don't worry, it won't fight back. Armed the rage of weaponry, your chance to learn what it's capable of. Okay, so my abilities are over here. So, Ether Cannon? Oh wait, there's a combo? Ultima Buster, okay. So this is a straight line. This is a combo, so you need 3 of these. This is just a ranged attack. This is melee. So this is AoE. Ether Mine. Okay, cool. Auto Restoration is heal. Pyrrhic Booster reduces cast time. Ethereal Aegis. So this is mitigation. Boost mitigation. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. I need a better POV. Oh my gosh, it's G-Unit. G-Warrior! So this one is the mines. Cast time is 30 seconds. Recast time. And if there is several things, you want to use Buster. Okay. Ah, I can jump! A bit more advanced. Ugh, the colors too. The boosters. Okay. Huge strain on G Warrior, so it must be used in short bursts. Safety lock. We turned off the safety lock. You notice the movement speed is improved. More structurally unstable. Okay. Oh, so there's a damage on, there's a like damage over time if you whenever you use the Pyric. Can mitigate the damage, but don't rely on it through battle. Yeah, I see the damage. So, where's the enemy? Oh, here it is. We'll be launching a wide reactive attack in quick succession. Okay. Ooh. So when it okay, so when it's gonna use its power, okay. Ooh. So we want to be strategic of when we do that. Cool. The final trial. So the last one is gonna be Ethereal Aegis. Small gets Big Mech. I get Big Mech. You can't keep the barrier up indefinitely as it will drain the power reserves. You might even run out of energy, so watch closely. Okay, we're gonna deploy it. Safety locks off. Wonder how much power. Oh, the power is the EP. Oh, the auto restoration is EP and HP. Attempting to destroy the target. Okay. Piloting a mech wasn't on your bingo card for the day. As soon as I realized it was Gundams, okay, Blues, as soon as I realized it was Gundams, I was like, when is it my turn? When is it my turn for the mech? And I'm sorry, I didn't expect this was gonna happen. Okay, we did it. We're not dead. I probably could have been more optimal in that, but... You're natural. Alright, that's everything. Time to end the simulation, but it's so cool! I wish we could pose in the simulation, or in the mech too. Imagine it doing my Lala dance. Oh, you can go back into it? More training, eh? Oh, you can't go back! Okay. Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find me. Oh my gosh, look at it! Look at it! It's so elegant, but like, clearly you can see the nods to Gundam stuff. Hi Nia, hi Blues, how are you? Incredible, but how does this compare to the weapons? Any one of us could be a pilot. I dare say your preternatural abilities give you a certain advantage. Are you sufficiently prepared? Yes, I'm ready. Yeah, I think I'm ready. And we shall depart for the turn cliff at once. Okay, alright. I'm gonna try my best to lock in. I believe in us. Ooh. It's not the Sapphire, is it? It seems they are expecting us. But who is the pilot? It is the Sapphire. Notice, we're almost here. You better have your wits about you. Oh, I don't like that we're gonna have to fight. Initiate combat mode. I have control! G-Warrior, do the thing! The thing! Okay, alright. I have control! I have control! Initiate combat mode! Do the thing! This is so wild. This is wild. Now get ready to strike. Didn't pick up on the Gundam 00 reference. Is that the second one? Oh, issue the command at launch. It's time to fry this overgrown squid. Is it too late to back out? G-Warrior, engage! Okay, alright. Is this 14? Is this Final Fantasy 14? I know, look at it! It's so funny being so small in here. It's time to fry this overgrown squid. No, I don't want to say that because because I think it's Recon? Recon is in there? Is it too late to back out? I think it's too late to back out. She imported her Lala into Mecha Brink. Get in the robot notice. Okay, engage! That sounds awfully familiar. I picked the right reference! Oh my gosh! It's so cool. It's so cool. The Sapphire weapon. Oh, the remix of the sound too. The Ultima sounds or songs. Oh. I love this little cutscene that we get to see. I can't afford to lose. It's all or nothing. Activating Oversoul? Hydra's combat sample ready. Initiating organic core. No, I can't. Hold on. I'll be monitoring the situation from air. Follow my instructions and eliminate the target. Oh my gosh. Okay. Savages have been busy. Aquatic icon? Okay. Cerulean Flames? Oh, wait, oh, should I have done that one? Oh, what is this? Whoa, it's on the ground! Oh my gosh. Use Igus? Okay. I have to listen to the commands. Watch out for signs of movement. Oh! Oh, I surely shouldn't be in front of it! Did I get hit by that? No, I don't want to die! Okay. I'm gonna die. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die! Okay, so I need to try again. It shouldn't have been in its circle. Okay. Again. This is a little rough there. Okay, let's go back. She did finish. Yes, I did finish. We're gonna do normal again. It's okay. It's just practice. It's just the practice one. Okay, I need to watch out for the callouts. I think that's the biggest thing because I think I missed some of them, and then I also need to. I wish I could zoom. Honestly, I wish I could zoom out more to see the ground. But I guess really the most accurate way to play this is in first POV. It took multiple tries too. Yeah, this seems on the harder side for sure. Oh, I guess I can do that. Okay, all right. Gotta pay attention. Oh, I did not need that one yet. Okay, wait. No, let me do the sword attack. I don't know where he is, so this is going to be interesting. Oh, no! How far do I need to be away from that? Okay, much farther than I realized. Okay. Turret? Oh, he's placing things. I see. Ooh. I thought I could play. Oh, okay. All right. It's fine. Oh, I need to move. How? Oh, I need. Okay. Oh, yeah. I got it. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, so we have to be out of the range of these again. Cool. Optimize Ultima. turrets? Okay, okay. I can do the turrets now. Nice. Where is he going to... Where is he? Oh, there he is. Oh, okay. Do I not be in the middle, perhaps? Oh, okay, alright, wrong. Wrong thing. Did not do that right. Okay, so it was on the side, for sure. My bad, I know, I understand why I did that. Plasma shot? Okay. What is he activating this time? Okay. So guys, oh, that was my bad. Okay. Did not realize that one. Optimize Ultima, I should shield for that one. Where is he gonna be? Oh, ah! I don't wanna die. No, I'm good. Oh, come on. Oh, frick. I think I'm greeting that and I'm about to die for it. Okay. Cool. Don't want to die. I'm gonna die from this. Oh, okay. All right. So I need to not get hit by the other things, have enough health, but I also need to line them up better. So one more time. All is good. Okay, we'll try this again. I know what to do, it's just I need to remember the first couple of name abilities. And then also probably not try to greet some of the timing because it's faster than I think it is. Made it to in range? Okay, well at least we got there. Oh, frick. We were just too close. No! I hate this. Okay. So the activate one, that's the one that's gonna be on the ground. Okay. Let me run. And just not like being able to play a healer actually. Okay, there we go. Optimize Ultima is shield. Okay. Don't be on the side of it. I guess, okay. This one is plasma shot. Oh crap, what did it do? Turrets. I think I need to bait it first. Yeah, I need to bait them. Okay. So that's what I need to do for next time as well. Oh crap. So these next ones... Okay, so it's... I need to move. So this is... Oh crap, okay. Optimize Ultima? Turrets again. Might need to move. Oh, okay, it's these turrets. I need to bait them. I need to bait them. Not ideal. Oh, dang. So they only do 2 shots, it looks like? Okay. Swift Breach. Ooh, oops, my bad. Oh, I gotta go in the middle. Side raise is what it's called. I should have known. Plasma shot? Oh, okay. Weapon activate? Which one is this? It's this one, okay. Ugh. Okay. No. Some more things. That's rude, actually. That's incredibly rude. Wait for the turrets. Okay. Come on! They take so much damage. Oh, the turrets can wait. The Cerulean Warriors first. Oh my gosh. So, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Oh dear. I think I'm not gonna make it. No, I can do it. 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 I got this. I got this. I got this. Yeah, we got this. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We got it. That was a little nerve-wracking. Just a little bit. That was so nerve-wracking at the end. Oh no, it's so sad though. Because they activate it. They willingly activate. The target has been silenced. The damn squid never understood it. Never stood a chance. No, like it was 1 second left for enrage. Such a raider. Okay, I had like 5 seconds. I had like 5 seconds left, right? But we're just maximizing our time. The damn squid never stood a chance. What will you say? Understood. What's the status of the pilot? What's the status of the pilot? Oh. Oh. Now that the immediate threat has been dealt with, we should gather what information we can and turn Cliff. The music works so good here, but also this is so depressing. Oh. This is such a pretty city. Like, I don't know, it's like such a pretty coastal city, but also the music is so sad. Perfect hiding place? Who's hiding over here? Can I also hide with you? They're in the walls! Oh, never mind. No, I don't think he's in the walls. I think he's behind the wall. It's also really interesting that there's a lot of like... Oh, they're playing hide and seek? They are playing hide and seek. But there's a lot of like Uras in this area too. Oh, this music. Hi, Rain, how are you? I really like this song, but it's just so sad. Just another sad old man, all alone and dying. Well, I doubt you even care if I told you. Used to be a doctor. Epidemic came 10 years ago. I was powerless to stop it, despite all my years of experience in fancy medicines. For everyone I saved, I lost a dozen more. I let those guardian bastards push me around, tell me who... Oh no. Being far from the south of Warlit, perched atop the cliff, there was never much reason for anyone to travel here. Hyrule natives or Ura who found their way here over the years. They all lived side by side, peacefully enough, before the Guardians came and ruined everything. Put to the sword? More lore about this place. Have we heard this song before? Lonely Widow? Those Guardian bastards are finally gone. It's all thanks to you. My husband died defending our town when they first invaded. I swear, I don't think we've heard this song before, have we? This is the first instance. Is this from another game? Or is this just like, is it unique to this area? Oh, it really... Okay, okay. It's such a beautiful city. But like its history is so sad. The history and like what has happened here, because we know there was the epidemic, right? And then that's like in this area in general that like just ravaged it. But what was it? Oh my gosh, don't tell me it was like a prototype of Black Rose or something like that. That would have been absolutely awful. That would have been more war crimes on top of everything else. I've been separated from my favorite family ever since I was forced into the army. I was able to sneak away in the confusion. I've got you and your friends to thanks for that. Won't take this lying down. The man is like a dog with a bone. Once he sinks his teeth in it, he'll never let go. He'll be back, I'm sure. Legatus Valens. We'll always have this view. It's so pretty here, but it's so tragic. Oh, this is also really sad to see too. But also like, I guess they have to excavate and see what happened. So it seems like, from what I understand, like they initiate the sequence. They initiate like the memory fusion sequence. It's their choice to do it, and they've chosen both times. But it's unique. Okay, I see. The view looks like a victory to you against the squid. I feel like this area is like would be really nice to just like start the stream in, aside from how depressing it is. So maybe we can start tomorrow. Where might the others be? One day at a time. Oh, the kids are playing. I would love to explore this city though. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna lock in. We did our little exploration. I'm sure we'll hear this song again. I must admit, I envy your talents. Would that I possess even a fraction of your skill. I could better serve Gaius. I wonder what her story is. I wonder if it's similar to Glavia. Is she a protege as well or something? Are you the third sister? No, probably not. She's a bit shorter than the other two. When I say third sister, I was like, for like Livia and Can I help feel there was a simpler way to defeat the weapon? Perhaps shooting in the head with a large cannon would suffice? Yeah, but Sid loves the flare. You did well to pilot the G warrior so aptly in so short of time. He did help though. With the weapon largely intact, Sid and his researchers should be able to gather a wealth of valuable information. Before it's dismantled, perhaps we should take one look upon our fallen foe. He wants to know which one it was. Will we be able to see from here? Unless he has a... Oh. Oh, okay. All right. We should have known Father and his friends would track us down sooner or later. Now that they're at our doorstep, the sapphire weapon still isn't ready. Even so, it should still be able to fend them off, or at least buy us some time. Not quite how I imagined it, but it seems as good as a way to die as any. Rex, Recon. What are you still here? Why are you still here? You're supposed to be moving the other weapon to a safe location. You can take care of that. Where I pilot the sapphire weapon. What are you talking about? I'm the pilot, not you. There's no need to put your life on the line. Besides, it's still incomplete. It can barely form basic maneuvers, so it'll be practically useless in a real fight. We have a solution. Oversoul. You want to end up like Melisandre? No, of course not. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But he used it at the beginning, though. But she didn't give her life in vain. The real weapon left behind data that has been used to improve the system, to further any further malfunctions. What difference does it make? Once Oversoul is activated, the pilot fuses with the core. There's no way back. That's why I should be the one to pilot the Sapphire weapon, not you, Rex. Alphonse needs you. You and I know that I'm least You and I both know I'm the least qualified pilot we have. There's less to lose if I don't make it back. They're literally family! No, I won't let you. Please, Rex, hear me out. Ever since we were children, I was the smallest, the weakest, too afraid to stand up for myself. But I had the best brothers and sisters a boy could ask for. You were always there for me, protected me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Why? Why do they have to do this? Take the other weapons and get out of here. See us through to the end. Do it for me. Do it for Melisandre. I'm counting on you, Rex. You always did have a stubborn streak. Alright, Recon. I won't let you down. Just promise. You'll wait for me on the other side. We'll meet again, brother. Why? It doesn't have to be like this! You all made me happier than I had any right to be. And now, I finally found my purpose. I have no regrets. Come on, Sapphire. We may be far from perfect, but we have a job to do. Let's give Father something to remember us by. I mean, I died like 2 times. So, it was difficult. But still! The Echo, I presume? What did it reveal to you? We know who was in it. Recon, my poor boy. You're braver than most could ever hope to be. It's as we feared. I'm sorry, guys. First, Melisandre. No, Recon. We must find the remaining weapons and end this madness. You really did care for them a lot. Okay. Where is my pen? I'm a sad song afterwards immediately. Where's my pen? Did I just lose it? Huh. Optional content. Optional content. Apparently I don't know where it is. It's okay. Okay. So now we know about Oversoul. And then we know that there's more weapons. But why are they doing this? Why is this so important? They know he's alive. And they know that he's against this. They know he's the enemy now. So why do they keep going? Man, also this, like, if I know anything about Gundam, and like especially like recalling back, and now that we like have discussed more Gundam, somebody volunteering to go and fight despite knowing that they have a very low chance of survival is so Gundam coded. It's so Gundam. What is this Gundam episode in my Final Fantasy 14? Watch us take this father and tear everything apart from him. Square, probably. I know. And then now that he's like, now that he is like he's showing so much more of it as well. Like at first, like he was affected and he was really quiet, but he had to also like, you know, he had to focus. He had to focus on the mission at hand. And like now that he is like, oh, this song is so sad. Oh my gosh, I can't focus with this depressing song playing at the beautifully depressing song playing in the background. But like, why? Why do they keep going? Okay, as a huge Gundam fan, I'm not surprised. Really? Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know. I mean, it makes sense at this point. Like, to have this in the story as, like, the huge feature into the Trial Series. Sage sound effect are almost lifted from several Gundam shows. Ah, really? That's really neat. What? This is optional content. Don't forget all those people we often around Reborn. Don't worry, guys. Everyone knows you aren't safe from the warrior blade. Hi, Vela. The storyline is so good. It's so sad. I hate it and I love it. And then it's so cool though. It's so cool. Like aside from all the amazing Final Fantasy references in 14, there's so many like other like pop culture references, especially like of things that the devs just like, right? Like I love that there was just like this Monster Hunter stuff in here. Like I had no clue, absolutely zero clue that we would get Gundam in here too. So this is a huge surprise, and it's a, I don't even want to say pleasant as in like, oh, that's so cool. It's my turn to drive the mech, right? It's my turn. We did it, but at what cost? Also their dialogue as well, like he's waiting for him on the other side. They knew it. They knew they were gonna make out of this, like make it out of the situation. They know what Oversoul does. Getting the robot. I put it experts. Okay, I'll definitely look. How Magitech pilots exploded at this point. So many people. It's so interesting though, but he does have a lot of blood on his hands. Man, it's so, oh, this story. Okay, we gotta continue. But as the sun was setting and like watching that, I don't know if that reflects in the game, whether or not, but that was, okay. Tell me, what do you make of Gaius Belsar? I understand the two of you have been acquainted since his days as the Black Wolf. He claims to have shed his pelt when he took up the hunt for the Asians. But he's still the same man deep down. He certainly kept quiet about having a flock of foster children back in the Empire, though. It seems he would rather bare his teeth to his former masters than allow harm to come to them. Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm just realizing, like, that's probably why he wasn't willing to, like, speak up to Solus whenever Sid came to ask Gaius for help. Like, because he didn't want to potentially, like, put harm's way to them. Ugh! Okay, I'm fine. Like, because he knows, like, defying the Emperor. He, like, no matter how good of a general you are, you're always gonna be disposable to an emperor, right? No matter, like, if you are not, everyone below him, children included, I'm sure, are disposable to him. So that's probably why he wasn't able to, like, you know, go against, or like essentially like try to help Sid, help his father either. Okay. Yet try as I might, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for the good of mankind, as he would have us all believe? Or is he merely bidding his time before he reveals his true colors? I don't, at this point, like, I trusted him. When Estinian said that he's to be trusted, because we were wary, because we essentially didn't travel with him, right? The people who had experience with being with Gaius are Alfie, because he traveled with him to the Empire, like, you know, to the outskirts at the very least. And Gaius brought him back whenever Graha yoinked him, right? Took his soul away. Took his soul away, and he brought him back to safety, and we were wary and everything, but he meant no harm, and he gave him back. And then if Estinian, so that is one point of like, okay, I think we can trust you, especially if Alfie was willing to go with him and trust him that entire time. And the other point is Estinian, because Estinian is a feral black cat, or feral cat. He's a feral cat, right? And he isn't gonna warm up to anybody. But if he made a working agreement with Gaius, I feel like at that point you can trust him. So even though we weren't with him, if Estinian accounts to us that, okay, it's worth trusting him, then I think I think he's telling the truth. I'm sure he's hiding something. Everyone is, right? But I don't think... I mean, the biggest reveal so far was him having foster children. Whatever the answer may be, in the end, he will always be a Garlean. And though there may be honorable men and women among them, I've suffered much and more as a result of their consequence. Barbaric campaigns in which Gaius played no small part. And we're not saying to absolve his past. My first encounter with the Garleans was 20 years ago, shortly after the fall of Alamigo. They continued their march into the lands that had long been home to we Dustwites. We sought to repel the invaders, but we were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for their magitech. And even our most powerful magics did little to slow their advance. I fought on the front line and was knocked unconscious in the opening exchange. When I came to, I was alone, the rest of my unit slaughtered. I hurried back to the village to look for my wife and daughter, only to find the place deserted. My search lasted for days, then weeks, then months. It seems they had disappeared without a trace. I finally learned from two Imperials held at the bitter mill that villagers had been captured and used as... Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh! Black Rose existed 20 years ago too?! Okay, I have to write this down. That's why Vald is working with Gaius, because if he is willing to get rid of Black Rose, he is willing to be part of the mission, or the campaign, right? Test subjects, though! More war crimes! Garlean, stop! Okay. A poisonous gas that would later be known as Black Rose. They were never seen again. After 20 long years, I roam aimlessly, with nothing but hatred to keep me alive. I eventually found myself at the Order of the Twin Adder, who offered me a place among their ranks. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had left, so without a moment's hesitation, I accepted. Were it not for the war in Garlemald, I would have loathed to work alongside the city-dwelling Gridanians, who for so long had treated my kind as outcasts, but none of that mattered anymore. It all accumulated with the Operation Archon, as you led the charge into Praetorium. We were right behind you, and when the place came crumbling down, most of us were caught in the rumble. I escaped with my life, though many others were less fortunate. Having dragged myself free from the rubble, I sought a way out. It was then when I encountered none other than Gaius Spelsar. On the verge of death, the gods had delivered me to the man whose conquest had robbed me of everything. I was poised, ready to exact my revenge. But then, he spoke. I will not beg for mercy. I only ask that you stay your hand a while longer. I cannot die until I have rid the world of the Asian menace. For millennia, mankind has danced on their tune, but no more. Then once we are finally free, my life is yours for the taking. That's what he means. That's why he made that threat, because Gaius had already offered up his life. Okay, alright. So, it seems like as well that Gaius does definitely know about, like, essentially, behind the scenes, the Asians have always been there. Have always been there, right? So I think, yeah, I think it makes sense. Or he understands it as well. Even kind of like before, even before we knew the full truth. I would have struck him down there and then, had I not sensed the truth in his words. So I decided to grant him a stay of execution and join him on his hunt. All this time, I've kept a close eye on Gaius. Though he is ever on the watch for pursuers, he has granted me ample opportunity to slay him if I choose so. And I still might if he shows even the slightest sign of betraying our agreement. But for now, the Asians are my chosen quarry. If they are indeed the ones pulling the Empire strings, then it shall not end until they have been eradicated. Every last one. Though I cannot save my kin, there are those who may yet be spared from the horrors of war. I know, right? Unfortunately, dealing with the Asians will have to wait until we brought an end to Garlemald's weapon project. Though we have vanquished two of the new weapons, we must make every effort to prepare for whatever the Guardians throw at us next. Perhaps Severa can tell us whether the Ironworks engineers have uncovered any information of note. So, oh my gosh. No! Anyways, he has nothing to lose. He literally has nothing to lose. He is literally driven by revenge and hate right now. Oh no. But that's also like really dangerous too, of like what's gonna happen forward, like going forward. And I'm a little afraid for his fate. I hope everything's gonna be okay. It also reminds me a little bit of like other characters that have also like we've met going through who also have nothing to lose and how things turned out for them. But also we hope that everyone has a kinder fate, right? It kind of reminds me a little bit about like what happened to Justinian. This is so depressing. And also this music too. The Black Rose existed 20 years ago, so we know that. And that's... And also, I think Gaius will, like... Gaius definitely, I think, will be, like, is being, like... He will... he will be held to his word, like, his word, right? I don't think that he is lying in terms of saying, like, or telling Vald that, like, his life is his. Like, Gaius's life is in his hands, essentially. Hi, Nina. Hi, Elena. Hi, Eeyore. I hope you all are doing well. It's just heavy. We're okay, though. It's great. It's great. Should I make a war? Should I make a war crime command? War crimes for the work? Oh, no. About what I expect. I've seen 2 streamers since Shadowbringers cleared on first try. I think I probably could have played it a little safer there, here and there, but honestly, I don't care. I don't care if I clear it first or not. It literally does not matter. How are you? Are you gaming? We are gaming. If gaming is being hit with depression bricks by depression bricks from Square Enix, then I'm gaming. Yeah, we've already have a page of notes at this point. And I'm probably sure I'm gonna more depression bricks, my favorite meal. I just got home second watch. I hope work was okay. Also, we got home a little late today. Well, maybe not late. Maybe it wasn't late. Maybe you went in late as well, or early. But I hope work was good. I hope you get to relax and chill for a little bit. Emotional damage. Gaming equals feeling sad. Yeah, that's if gaming equals feel sad and getting hit with depression bricks, then yeah, I'm definitely gaming. 2 days off, yay! You get your weekend. Do you have any plans? Are you progging? Any new crafty projects? This song too! This song is gonna make me cry later. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but it's gonna make me cry. I nearly cried earlier, like right after talking to Vald. I'd rather you didn't share what we discussed with my traveling companions. It would only complicate matters. Your secret's safe with me. Gaius is grieving. He was already grieving. He was already grieving with Melisandre. But, like, he's definitely grieving again. Like, how many people are we gonna lose? It's fine. It's fine. Oh, yay! That's so fun! Oh my gosh. A dinner date and then found a conveyor sushi place and a mochi place? Oh my gosh. And a Miniso just opened up. Oh, that sounds so fun. So many fun things to do. Do you want to get stationery? Are you planning to get any stationery stuff at Miniso? That sounds wonderful. Ugh. I thought you were gonna say you bought one of those conveyor belt sushi at home thing with like the little trains that to bring around, because I've seen people do that. I think that's really cute. But I want to go to conveyor belt sushi places. I don't know if there's any good places around here. I think I have to travel to I think I have to go to like DC in order to do it. But maybe when I go to that other con, I can go eat there. All right. Let's continue with the emotional damage. It's fine. We're fine. No ether right here. It's so pretty here. Wait, is this a solo instance area? Like, is there no one else can go here? The Ironworks engineers are still working dismantling the Sapphire weapon and investigating the Turncliffe Magitech facility. Though they have yet to make the reports, they have some news to share at this juncture. Please wait here a moment. It's a solo instance area? Oh man. I said, we've yet to finish our investigation, but I can give you a preliminary report. Were you able to recover anything of note? Before abandoning the facility, they attempted to destroy anything they couldn't take with them, including many of their research materials. Luckily, some of the information relating to the Sapphire weapon combat was intact. Judging by what we saw during battle, it was extracted from regular Van Hydras, correct? It also appears that the Sapphire weapon was actually in incomplete state, therefore unable to perform at full capacity. Even so, it was immensely powerful. Had they been given a chance to finish it before we arrived, who knows how it would have ended. Indeed, many not so fortunate next time, so we must prepare for the worst. Ironworks will continue to investigate the Sapphire weapon and look into possible countermeasures. The echo afforded you a glimpse into the conversation between Recon and Rex before the weapon's deployment. Do you remember any other details? They were definitely talking about the Oversoul. Improvements were made to the synthetic Urosite system to prevent malfunctions. That too. happened. Okay. It was never their intent to create a manifestation of Nail Van Darnus. But there's one thing that was intended. Oversoul. Its activation results in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Rex and Recon were fully aware of this, were they not? They were. Then the death of the pilot was by design all along. Alphonse, how could you? Sacrificing your own siblings to fuel these accursed war machines? Surely there's no cause worth paying such a price. Nothing is more precious than family. Then why would they do this, though? This nightmare is far from over. No, not the My Son song. Sorry, I'm good. Anyways, so Gaius gets the My Son, My Son song too. Sorry. I'm laughing, but this is not a laughing matter. This nightmare is far from over. It appears that Rex has fled with the remaining weapons, and we can assume Alphonse has every intention of sending them into battle. We must find a way to disable them before Oversoul can be achieved. I've seen enough death. I do not wish to see any more. Then there's no time to waste. Let's be about it, Gaius. Severa, you're in charge here. Keep Sid and his team safe while they carry out the investigation. Understood. Please see no harm comes to Gaius. While we're gone, I need you to relay everything to the resistance troop. Your first-hand account should prove useful. If there are any developments, we'll be sure to contact you. Oh, the splish splash of the fountain. The other weapons have been moved elsewhere. The locals might have seen the directions which they headed. At this stage, any information at all would be better than what we have now, which is next to nothing. Alphonse, I'll find you, wherever you are. Okay. I wonder if this song will come out again later on with, like, dealing with more Garlean stuff in the future. That's my guess. Also, how's everyone doing? Is everyone taking care and doing well? Also, yeah, I hope everyone's okay. Everything's just really sad. Okay, let me report back, and then I think the reports will update. Welcome back. It sounds like sorry if you can see stuff back there. Welcome back. It sounds like you've been on quite the journey, all the way to Turncliffe. Judging by the fact that you made it here in one piece, I trust everything went according to plan? Kinda? An astonishing account. I wouldn't mind putting a G warrior through its paces myself. Certainly a lot more stimulating than supervising this rabble, I'd imagine. Anyway, as before, I'll compile the information to a report and leave it over there for your perusal? Should you feel so inclined. If we hear anything from the headquarters, we'll be sure to pass it on. It's a bust of the sapphire? That's the gift that you're gonna give us? A reminder of war crimes? And a loss of one of Gaius's children? Okay. Yeah, let me put that in my house. Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion, right Relt headquarters. Is this the guy that we don't... Oh, I don't know. What is this? What's happening? It's Valen's? Okay, I forgot his name already. Okay, let me write this down. Why does Valen's have children in his room? I cannot imagine that he has orphans that he adopted. What's this? This is weird. Is he trying to save the children? Why is he so sweaty? I mean, it's fine if you sweat. I'm also a sweaty tryhard as well, but still. Valens Van Varo. So you've returned young Alfred, or was it Alwick? Get a towel. Not that it matters, of course. I hear that you and your darling brothers and sisters have allowed the sapphire weapon to fall into the hands of the enemy. Do tell me it isn't so. I'm afraid that's the case, Lord Valens. Oh, come now. No need to be so sullen. Sullen, as they say. To err is too human. No, to err is human. To forgive, divine. And you know how forgiving I can be when it suits me. I just have a carton of water. This feels so weird and out of place. So tell me, whatever your name is, who was able to best the sapphire weapon? Our sources state that the one known as the Warrior of Light was assisted by Sid Garland and Gaius Van Belsar, my lord. Gaius. Yes, it seems he's been quite the troublemaker of late. Defecting from Garlomeld, assassinating the Emperor. What next? Oh, well, there's no use crying over spilled milk. Is that milk? I don't know what it is. I don't really care. Speaking of which, I've become quite the connoisseur since arriving in Rult. This particular variety comes from a rare breed of cow, you know. Only 100 of them in existence, pampered every day of their lives. Yes, they're quite valuable, until their milk dries up, that is. When it does, then they're sent to the slaughterhouse like the rest of them. For that is their lot in life. To be discarded once they've served their purpose. Did I create the ruby and sapphire weapons so that you could deliver them gift wrapped to the enemy? I can see it now. Sid Nan Garlon rubbing his hands with glee at the technological marvels we've bestowed upon him. And you let Gaius Van Belsar of all people get the better of you. How do you think that reflects on me, the legatus of the 7th Legion, humiliated by the traitor? Humiliated, I say. There's only one way to deal with worthless provincial filth like you. Wait for me in the correction chamber. You need to be taught a lesson in obedience. He's a freak. Derogatory, by the way. Yes, my lord. Forgive my intrusion, Lord Valens, but it's time for your meeting with the head of the Magitech Development. Oh, how time flies when you're whipping useless soldiers in shrapnel. Yes, I'll be along once I've made myself presentable. Can't have people thinking I've let my standards slip, now can I? Oh, he's having a hissy fit now. Okay. Have fun. Also, I don't think that's just a suit of armor. What is this? Who is this freak? Oh, so they're helping him put on his armor. That's what it is. I see. The children are his chambermaids. What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Valence? Did I now? Ah, yes, that's right. So you're Allie, yes? You joined the military of your own free will, along with your fellow orphans. Such devotion. What an inspiration you are. You see, it is my firm belief that love grants us the power to move mountains, to overcome any obstacle. I don't think he was loved as a child. Together, we shall discover the strength that lies within you. Take my hand, child. I will show you the way. Who is this? Who is this weirdo? Once again, derogatory in the highest terms. Who is this weirdo? Who is... Okay. All right. All right. Who is this weirdo? Who is this weirdo? And why is his face being kept a mystery as well? And what is he doing with Allie? Get away from Allie! Together? Finding her strength or something? So none of us knows this part, because this part is... Don't tell me that, like, they're being pitted against each other or something. Or then also, like, they're gonna use her as a hostage or whatever. Milk drinker derogatory, actually. Sorry to all the milk drinkers out there. It's milk drinkers like that that gives milk drinkers a bad name. Exactly. Exactly. His armor's dope. I don't know. It's fine. It's whatever, I guess. Asahi and Xenos are worse. The worst people in the Empire. Valence. Hold my hold my milk is not the words I expected to say today. That was not on my bingo card, alright? That definitely was not on my bingo card today. I can never remember this guy, his name, so I just say the guy from the trial. She's like, that guy, derogatory. Yeah, the milk drinker. Ruin milk for everyone. Oh no. Oh no. I unfortunately know the reference. I unfortunately understand that reference. As a person that was... All my friends ended up watching that show, and I sat down not having saw season 1. I'm like, okay, cool, I'll watch. And then I was in for a lot of things. Oh brother, it's this guy, he stinks. Anyone wants milk? No. How else are they gonna have to learn? Genuinely, maybe the worst person in the game. He's a weirdo, I don't like him. I know! I don't understand this! At the very least, at Camp Dragonhead, they were training, number 1, right? And then number 2, they were doing squats and chilling. Hooray! Trophy! Yeah, we get a fancy tombstone. I don't like this guy. I don't like him. Okay, alright, alright. We got more. Oh, born and raised in Wortley until his parents died of the epidemic. taken into care in an imperial orphanage. He lacked physical prowess. His high degree of dexterity made him ideal for maintaining equipment in similar tasks. He remained shy and withdrawn. However, on occasion, where the safety of his friends were threatened, he would not hesitate to defend them. He later replaced the designated pilot. What? Oh my gosh! Sorry. So their older sister went, oh no. And like, to protect her, I'm assuming her 2 little brothers? Okay, so he later replaced the Sapphire... He replaced the designated pilot of the Sapphire weapon. Fellow Orphan Rex was absorbed by the weapon's core upon activating Oversoul. Estimated age is 17. These are literal child soldiers. We got war crimes and child soldiers. And I was gonna say, that also probably is a running theme in Gundam too, so... Art imitate art. He was only 17? Oh my gosh, these children. And then now we know Allie's even younger. Allie's probably the same, like, Allie's probably... Honestly, I'd have to guess that she's like around the twins' age, if not a bit younger. So if he's 17, right? And we know Alphonse is the oldest, so that means he's older than 20. And that means Allie is younger than 17. But if he, I'm trying to think. If he's younger than 17, maybe she's 16, maybe 15? No, stop. Never? Wouldn't it be a fascist empire without a healthy... No, stop. Why are they allowed to be in the army at this age? This is not okay. Okay, all right. Let me continue. So Alphonse, Rex, and Allie. Sid's investigations on Turncliff has led to startling revelations. Is it gonna be that bad? Is it gonna get even worse and worse and worse and worse? I don't know if it's conscription. Well, maybe there is conscription, but she joined willingly, so maybe there's conscription for men, but like for women they can join. I don't know.
Very nice.
Hi, Naga.
Nagakusa just
so much.
subscribed. Nice.
I appreciate it. Thank you for 69 months. Thank you so much. How are you, by the way? How's it going? I hope you're taking care. I'm just in distress currently playing this game, as always. No, the children do not yearn for the battlefield. No. They do not. They need to go play. I don't know. They need to go play outside or something. They need to go touch grass. My stranger. I know this trial series is so sad. How are you, Naga? Thank you for 69 months. Yeah, required military service is another. Yeah, for conscription, which there's several countries like right now who have mandatory ones. What's going on? Just sad story. And then summer depression. Nothing out of the ordinary. Since investigate. Okay, so startling revelations. Ah, it's good to see you, Notice. I'm pleased to report that Master Garland and the others uncovered a fair bit of useful information at the Imperial facility in Turncliff. In fact, he'd like you to rendezvous with Gaius in the town square, where he'll reveal what we found. Once you're ready to depart, your escort will lead you that way. Over here. Hello, Resistance Escort. All set for the journey ahead? Sure. Oh, we're back here. We're back at the sad music place. It seems Sid is not in the habit of saying the same thing twice, which must be must be why he's been waiting for you to arrive before revealing the results of his investigation. The Imperials may be gone. The scars they have left on this once peaceful town will doubtless take many years to heal. Okay, alright, we got this. We'll continue. Let's go. Let's go! We can digitize that? Oh, digitize grass. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can, like, play in grass in Roblox or something, or in Fortnite. You can touch grass. Actually, you can touch grass in Minecraft, if you did not know. Now that you're here, perhaps Sid will finally to dispense his findings. Severa, inform him of Notice's arrival. I feel like Levins wants to be Gaius probably really badly. That's my take so far. From little that I know of him, he wants desperately to be Gaius. Probably. Thanks for coming. So, what have you discovered? Sorry. To tell the truth, we were lucky to obtain any information at all, considering the lengths in which the Imperials went to cover their tracks. You see, the hangar below was not just used to store weapons, but it played a critical role in their creation. We now know the code names given to 3 of the weapons: Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Like Pokemon! Obviously, we are familiar with the first 2, but the third is something of an unknown quantity. At the very least, this confirms the existence of another of those abominations. At the very least? What do we wait for? Let's go after it. I mean, I'm sure there's more information as well. The problem lies in asserting its whereabouts. None of the locals have seen anything resembling a weapon being transported either by land or air. Which of course leaves only one option: the sea. According to what fragmented data we have been able to recover, the Emerald weapon is equipped with aquatic capabilities, much like Sapphire. Meaning that its escape from Turncliffe could have gone undetected, and could potentially be anywhere by now. But if Alphonse plans to have it absorb more primals... the logical place would be Eorzea. The traveling by sea would allow him to circumvent the front lines at Gimlet entirely. The Alliance must be alerted at once. Hold your chocobo, Severa. It seems that the Emerald weapon was still incomplete when the 7th Legion withdrew from Turncliffe. It's far more likely that it was transferred to another facility in order to add the finishing touches. If your supposition is correct, that would narrow our search but to two possible locations: Castrum Marinum and the Ronto Sea, and Castrum Occident in eastern Lenosha, both of which are known to labor remnants of the 14th Legion, your former subordinates, Gaius. Be that as it may, our objective is unchanged. Vald, you and Severa will make your way to Castrum Occident, while Notice and I head for Castrum Marinum. Should we locate the Emerald weapon, we should give a signal to dispatch G-Warrior and eliminate it before it can be activated. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're still repairing the damage it sustained during the encounter with the Sapphire weapon. While elegant machinery has its uses, it's a bugger to find replacements in a pinch. We've actually— oh, my Lala. That's the little sigh. That's the little sigh from PvP, right? Oh man, I'm sad I missed it though. It's cute. We've actually been working on expanding its already impressive arsenal, but G-Warrior itself is in no fit state for combat. While I'm aware that it's far from adequate replacements, I can provide an Ironworks submersible to help Gaius and Notice reach Castrum Marinum. I'll have one sent ahead to Vesper Bay. A submersible, eh? I don't like the sound of— I don't like the sound of that. Perhaps Severa and I could count ourselves fortunate that our destination can be approached by land. I pray you have a safe journey. Watch yourself out there, Notice. It's so funny being small sometimes. It's time we depart. Let us make our way to Vesper Bay. Pokemon is red, blue, and yellow. Oh, all I know of is Sapphire, Sapphire, Ruby, and Emerald. Okay, only if you have Silk Touch. Only if you have Silk Touch, true. Or if you're lucky, maybe if you're lucky, you get a grass block from Endermen who pick them up. Okay, let's go back. Someone who thinks IRL grass can't be upgraded has been to homeowners boards when people talk about landscaping. It doesn't get upgrades. Is that a DLC? Green instead of blue. Oh, so it's red and green in Japan. I see, I see. I can only name one type of grass, and those people get heated on what's allowed and what's invasive species. I think it's good to not have an invasive species, but like it's so like I can't imagine how like nitpicky they can be, especially like homeowner associations. I mean, I don't even know if I'll be able to get a house one day. I hope so. That would be wonderful and amazing. But if I do, I hope it's not in a neighborhood that has an HOA though. But everything's expensive, so who knows. In the event that my attempt to bypass the castrum's security fails, this submersible of Sid had best be able to withstand Imperial weaponry long enough for us to escape. I hope so too. I can swim, but guys, I'm unsure about you, how well you can swim though. Also, waking sand! It's been so long since we've been here. Oh my gosh. We're on the other side of Waking Sand. This feels so weird. We never take this entrance. Yeah, we never take this exit over here. I'm like, huh, I know where we are, but it's just been a hot minute. It's kind of cool looking around. What's over here? Flame Recruit? What's even back here? I don't even know. You know, I gotta go back. I gotta go back before I get lost. Wait, I'm already lost. Oh heck, where am I? Wait. Where? Okay, I'm good. I was like, where am I? Why did I go in there? Why did I go into a little aqua? Unless it's the end of round reward. I have no clue why I went in there. I was about to get lost. Sorry guys, I needed to look around a bit. This is my old stomping grounds. I was gonna say, we killed an Ascian in there. You know, good times. Not good times. It wasn't worth it. Oh, hot log enemies, really? Yeah, I thought I clipped. I don't know where I was. I was like, am I trapped in here forever? Very luckily not. Okay, so we already talked to him earlier. As per Master Garland's instructions, the submersible is ready when you are. And before you depart, I received some scrap of intelligence regarding your opponent from my colleagues in Turncliffe. Apparently, it used some sort of levitating hand-like appendages. Okay, levitating hand-like appendages, 6 of them in fact. Though we're not quite sure what purpose they serve. It sounds like having an eye in the back of your head might come in handy. I feel like this is a hint. Okay, I have to look behind me. And that's all we know, I'm afraid. 6 levitating hand-like appendages. It's gonna be like an... Okay, well, it's 6, right? But like, is it gonna be some kind of like weird octopus type of thing? Or like an arachnid? Oh, we'll see. Maybe it's like lobster. I don't know. You have our thanks. After all, forewarned is forearmed. If the emerald weapon is indeed has transported to the castrum, it would need to enter via dry dock. We shall do likewise. As one might suspect, there are measures in place to keep out intruders, but security systems can be tricked into recognizing us as an Imperial vessel. That said, infiltrating the facility is merely the first step. Should the Emerald weapon be activated, it is only a matter of time before the pilot uses Oversoul. I must silence the war machina before this happens, and failing that, grant that poor soul at its helm the mercy of a swift death. Had these wounds healed more quickly, I could have gone with you, but I fear that I would only slow you down. As much, I shall provide what support I can from afar. Whatever happens, the Emerald weapon must be defeated at all costs. Oh my gosh! Okay, alright. Though I prefer that we avoid engaging my former wards in combat, we cannot allow my sentiments to prevent us from doing what must be done. Okay, I am gonna TP back to, I'm gonna TP back to where we were before, where everyone was waiting. So, 1 second. I'll see you in a little bit. The locks. 4 armed? I thought it had 6. I wonder what kind of enemy it's going to be, though. Stand by. Yeah, I'll be there momentarily. And the quests are very dense. So we can get some people who have not done it last time. Yeah. I mean, actually, we can do a head count. Friends who have not done this yet, or have friends who just want to join in general. Can you do an ! join into the chat for me to get a head count to see who is available? We all said, no, between a food. Oh. Yes, ! join if you want to join. I would like to see how many people are available. Everyone just hanging out. Okay. Because there's only going to be 3 trials. And I'm assuming I know there's so much more story though. So I'm assuming there's more. There's going to be definitely more instances, I'm sure. Oh, we stalled that. You were trying to say we stalled a bit. Yeah, we had to talk about Timer Chan's retirement. And we yapped, and then we got raids. We got very kind raids, and then I talked more. Okay, let me see. Okay. I mean, is anybody else able to join? If not, I feel like this... Okay, let me add everyone I know who has not gone in yet. And then we will add everyone who was in earlier. Wait, sorry, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Timer Chan retired. She's fine. What did Ruby? What? 3 hours ago? You did Ruby? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Ruby was at the very beginning. Ruby was super, super early. Yeah, it was probably 3 hours ago at this point. And I feel bad. I thought it would be a lot quicker for the pacing, but I should have remembered. Like, there was a lot of story that happened early on. It's gonna take it's good to take some stall breaks. All right. So let me get everyone else in, other friends. And then I got Surrey, Idolak, Yami, Win. The Gundam solo was also something. Yeah, that also took like 3 tries for me as well. All right. No one expected. No, it was our turn. We did it. Okay, and then Kiwi, Gnome, Surrey, Tuesday, Idolak, Yami, Win, Kiwi, get your computers and accept my invite. Oh, Gnome, did I not invite you? There we go. Thank you. Need a minute? Okay, I'll probably play an ad in a little bit. So, let's do ad break real quick. I'm gonna go to the restroom. Oh. and I'll be right back. Okay. Restroom, ad break. I'll see you when I get back, everyone. I also have to figure out what I want to eat for food. It's 7. Sorry, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. I just, I put some food on the stove. Yeah, I put some food on the stove. I'm heating up some tamales. I'm gonna make some dumplings. Frozen ones. And, I might make some eggs later. Hi, Cyber. Oh, frick. I didn't play an ad? I played 0 ads during that? Okay, I'm sorry. I must play an ad now. I'm so sorry. I did not play a single ad. We'll do a ready check and we'll prepare, all right? But we won't go. Ready check? I'll also hydrate. I'm so sorry. Also, Bori, if you want to join the next one. Well, actually, I'm trying to think. I don't know if I'll be able to do another one tonight. Okay, we're waiting for Soray and we're waiting for Win, it looks like. Oh wait, we have to figure out also who's tanking. I won't be able to make it for the next one. I think the next one actually will be for tomorrow. It's too... Okay, please get some rest. Please get some rest. It is definitely late. I think the next one will probably end up being tomorrow. I'll probably quest up until that one. I don't think I can do all 3 of them tonight. I don't know. This is technically number 2, and I'm sure there's going to be more, like, story after this, because we need to figure out who Valens is, and more reasons to why to hate him, and to beat him up. Alright, let me see. We need a tank to be DPS, by the way. I can if 2 others. Also, give me a minute. Okay, alright. Okay, I got my co-healer, I got 2 tanks. Soray... Wait. Soray, you're gonna DPS? Where are you? Yeah, okay, you're DPSing. Let me ready check again, and we will be doing this mine. Oh, still not ready. Okay. Tell me whenever you're ready. And then I will read this part. War of Light Bully arc? Only to Valens and anybody we don't like. Only to people we don't like. That's it. Everyone else we love and we're really nice to. Okay. The liberation of Turncliffe has led to the discovery of vital information regarding the weapon project. A war machina named Emerald is believed to have escaped by sea to the Imperial installation. So you and Gaius make your way to Castor Marinum. One of 2 likely locations. Retrieve data suggested that your foe is armed with floating manipulators, though how exactly these will be employed in battle remains to be seen. Okay, so the other thing that we've been warned about is where do you say this? It has 6 appendages, and we need... It's coming out of the back of your... No. And then it has 6 appendages, and we have to look behind us. Sounds like having eyes on the back of your head might come in handy. Okay. Alright, cool. I'm being yelled at to switch laundry. Okay. When you also tell us when you're back too. Can I stand in this pot? I can. It's so dark out. Clouds today. Alright. Organizing things, moving things around, making sure we have room. Tomorrow, you want to open a pack? Maybe we can open up 1 more pack tomorrow, perhaps? Just celebrate Timer-chan? Yeah, we can do that. Back? Okay. The Lola's hanging out. Oh, Ruby! The Ruby one? The small Ruby? You know, let me fix my camera as well. Okay, camera is fixed. Make sure gear is good. I'm gonna play white mage because just to be wary. Yeah, just to be wary. White mage. Maybe when we're playing back again in the future, I'll play something else. It's been kind of fun playing white mage again though. I missed it. It feels good. We'll play other classes eventually. One day we'll get there. But hi Ash, how are you? How's it going? Yeah. I also, yeah, later. So right now I'm boiling some water, have some tamale, like a tamale in the steamer basket. I think I'm gonna also steam some dumplings. And then I think also, might as well just like cook some eggs, boil some eggs up. Ooh, you know what I should do? Ready? Okay. I should also make some ramen eggs. So I should marinate them. Yeah, make some ramen eggs. I actually need to save some eggs though, because I need to make banana bread. I need to make sure it's okay. I also have to make sure these bananas are not like bad. Like I tried to make sure that they're really ripe, but maybe I should peel them right now and make sure, or I should make it tonight, honestly. But I should make sure that they're okay to eat still. Again, as if you ever stopped. Wait, stop to what? I forgot. Just doing your dailies. Hopefully it's going well. Are you doing the Tome event too? Ooh, okay. Oh, look at us run! Look at us run! This is it. The Emerald Weapon. It is kind of octopus-like. Rex. I've been expecting you, hero of Eorzea. Rex, don't oversoul! Don't do it! Look, Father, this is the power we command. Don't oversoul, Rex. Don't do it. Please. Okay, alright. Okay, we can count down, we can do whatever. Oh, do we have extra amount of cats here? We do. There's more cats than Lalas. Okay, thank you for the countdown. He shouldn't be foolish, hopefully. Sorry, Father. We've come too far to back down now. Ooh. Oh, he's gonna move! Oh, this is so funny! It's so funny! Okay. Ooh, I don't like this magnet thing. Sights. Okay. Blue stuff? Pushback? Pushback. Ooh.
City Locker just subscribed.
Thank you,
Very
Sibby!
much like no has it going noticed.
Thank you! Thank you for the tier 2. Thank you so much for... Oh, it's smaller! It's getting smaller! Uh-oh. We're fine. Thank you, Sibby! Oh my gosh! That hit so hard. I don't know if that's a shared tank buster or what. Uh-oh. Am I gonna die over here? I hope not. Oh, I see. That, because it's just, because the magnets, duh. Oh, I get it. All right. That's so funny. I have benediction just fix my mistakes. Split. Ooh, I see. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, look behind. I gotta look behind. I see. Ah! Sorry. Ooh, knock back. Okay. Once I see the blue. Oh. Okay, we're good. Oh, don't oversoul, please. Arms again? Civvy, how are you, by the way? How's your weekend been? Oh, I don't like these magnets. They're gonna shift. Oh no! Is it LB3? No, that's not LB3. Oh no. Oh no, he's gonna oversoul! Don't do it! Belsar? Wait, no. This is goodbye? He said that so happily too. Rex, what have you done? Oh no, is he gonna turn it? He's gonna turn to Gaius! No, What is the meaning of this? What is that glow? Bear witness to the glory of the Empire. Black Wolf image, no! When he said Belsar earlier, I was like, oh my gosh. At the time of invasion, could the synthetic Urosite? Oh my gosh, no! I guess we could technically stand in the middle of that. I know it's possible, but it's difficult. Oh! Oh, frick. Oh no! I made a mistake! Because it hit me afterwards again! Thank you so much! I understand. But I should have watched that mechanic. Okay, both of them are up. We're good. Oh my gosh. Oh, frick. The music's so good. The Black Wolf image. File and rank? Oh, we're gonna have to watch out. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. What the heck? Come on! I thought I had that one! I don't want 2 bone stacks. I was just slightly too slow at moving. Optimize Ultima? Okay, so this is an AoE, right? Everyone gets it? Yeah. I paid attention during the other fight. No, the Oversoul. I hate this. It's such good music, though. Okay, we're going to watch the ground. Okay, I got Surrey. My positionals were there. Okay, alright. Oh my gosh. This is a really cool fight. The music was so good. The music was so good. I only died once, but also I was way more locked in. I underestimated the first one. Oh my gosh. The Black Wolf stocks again? If you want to add it to the, honestly, it's so good. It's really, really good. I want to add it to my my YouTube playlist whenever we end up listening to it. Yeah, it is. I can't wait to do that one again. It's a fun one. It's really good. Oh my gosh, no! Rex! Rex! Gaius seeing that as well? Essentially seeing his son, attempt to take on his legacy. For what? For what? Oh, there's oh yeah, the extremes. Okay. Is this a good extreme to do in the future if we end up progging something? Do you think it'll be fun to prog this one? Endwalker, no, let's see. Updated it to fight the mirror in this one? Really? That's really, really neat. That's really neat. Hi, Frosty. Isn't it late right now, Frosty? Oh, that was really cool. That was really cool. It can be fun. Okay. Maybe we can be on our list later on. I would love to do this one again. Oh man, it's so sad. I think I'm gonna be sad after this. Why are we're all just standing around? Yeah, that was the Praetorium when it was long and not separated in 8 players. Only things from the extremes. So who cares about fun? I just want the loot. I mean, we're gonna be doing it synced into mine though, so I don't think it will be joining the static for that would be best. Aww. We did it. But at what cost? Also, you can fall off of these. Sometimes you just need to, just know. 45 minutes, 8 players. Okay, so eventually, later on, I definitely want to know more about you fit so well as a Lala. You fit so well in the mech. They're remarkable about making you feel bad about winning. Yes, absolutely. I did not. At what cost? At what cost was it even worth to do this? Sorry, it's just like your Lalas just fit very well. It's really funny. Shall we continue? Wait, can you sit? Is this too tall? Exactly. If it fits, I sit. Oh, see? You fits. I'm sorry, Rex. Fits. Fits. So, let's see. The minions of those weapon mechanics are almost Lala size, but they only came with... Oh, PvP. I see. Okay. Iron Sark, we are on Sark. One less adopted Aura-san was the cost. I don't like the cost. I don't like the cost of this. This doesn't seem worth it. Ugh. And like essentially like Gaius yelling at him earlier in it. And like there's some of the text that I ended up missing. This is the power we command. Look, Father. And he's like, what have you done? Like him imitating him? Like Rex imitating Gaius? So it ends. Why would Rex throw away his life for this? You're right. If I'm ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. It gulls me to think that my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observation I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the...
Very nice.
Hello?
World
No!
Wimpy
No!
Milk.
I don't like him, okay? I wrote notes about him. Oh, I forgot to write the milk part. Anyways, that guy gives milk drinkers a bad name, all right? That's what we deduced so far, all right, Wimpy? Valens? I don't like Valens. He's a weirdo freak. Derogatory, okay? I'm about to go beat up Valens because, like, why is the 7th Legion so messed up? Why? Anyways, sorry. And, so yeah, that's where we're at in the story. I don't like him. And he's a weirdo. And he needs to stop. He needs to stop being weird. Also, thank you so much. Thank you for the support. How are you doing, Wimpy? How's it going? Also, Civi, thank you so much for 23 months. Oh my god, it's almost 2 years. Civi, thank you so much. Thank you for the tier 2. Thank you for 23 months. How are you, by the way? I'm so sorry. It was very locked in. The music was fantastic. I gotta just drop your sub and then you gotta go. Okay, no problem. We'll see you soon, Civi. Didn't think that would trigger her. I knew what you were trying to say. We don't like him. He's a weirdo. No one can drink milk publicly anymore because of Valens. If you drink milk in front of me, I'm kidding. Ugh, I hate him. We haven't even seen his face, but honestly, his soul, absolutely disgusting. Like a heathen? Oh, you know what he does? He swishes around his mouth. That's what Valens would do. Valens swishes milk. Because he's a freak like that. And we like, once again, freak derogatory. He's a milk, yes, he is a milk swisher. Honestly, I'm pretty sure it's canon. If it's not, this is the origins of where do we deduce that he is a milk swisher. I hate this. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You know what? Do you actually want to hear? Do you want to hear my worst headcanon? Do you want to hear a worse headcanon than swishing? Okay, I'm gonna give a warning. If you need to mute me, are you ready? I think he gargles. Yeah, I think that's the level. Deep breath. Also, his mom is a hobgoblin. I said it. I said it. Yeah, he gargles and swishes, and his mom is a hobgoblin. You should be spraying that bottle at Valen's. Wow, I hated that. No, stop. That's not a thing. That's don't. No. No. Always comes away from the carton with the mustache and milk, leaves it there on purpose. I don't like him. I'm wheezing. Once again, I think the last one was personal, okay? The last part about his mom. No, he's not even his mom's a hobgoblin. He's a hobgoblin. Sorry, Valen's mom. You took a stray there. Didn't mean that for to happen. He's a hobgoblin. He has a face of a hobgoblin. Okay, there we go. Is it because the game's rating? Yeah, it's not M rated, probably. But yes, that's our headcanons. So Wimpy, we blame this on you. Don't offend hobgoblins like that. You're right. Hobgoblins everywhere took a stray because I compared Valen's to them, and that's my bad, and I will be issuing a YouTube apology video in, I don't know, 5 to 7 business months, okay? So I'll let you know. His mom probably deserves that for raising a man like that. You know what? Both parents are gonna take an L for raising a, I don't even want to call a man like that. That's a disrespect to all men as well. To whatever Valen's is. Milk drinker derogatory. Okay, I'm so sorry. I gotta go back to Gaius. I'm sorry. Gaius is grieving right now, and we started talking about Valen's because somebody brought up milk. Okay, sorry. Maybe I should write this down. I'm gonna actually write this down in my notebook because it's official lore now. Also, hobgoblin. Jill would be so proud of me, though. Someone somewhere failed horribly, that's all I'm saying. Technical word light knows basically nothing about Valen's and his milk gargles ways. No, absolutely not. We know nothing at all. Like, because technically Alphonse knows about his milk habits, and then maybe Allie knows, but we're unsure. And also, where's Allie? We need to save her, okay? She's not safe with this milk drinker. Derogatory again. She's not safe with him. We need to go find her. Please tell me she's okay. Okay. Gaius, we gotta lock in. We gotta go save your remaining children. Okay, it galls me to think that my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observations I made during battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, this was not the information I was able to gather. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. They must have known the Alliance would follow the Emerald weapon here sooner or later, and made good their escape. Meaning, the way is now clear for Sid to inspect the War Machina's remains. We got here as soon as we could. Sorry. Not that we could do anything to prevent this tragedy. Tragedy is definitely the right word. I don't know. It still sucks though. No matter how I guess, fervently that they believed in their cause, they still died for it. They still died for it. From what we know, it seems that the Emerald Weapon was ilm for ilm, a great deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th Legion will conceive next. Nevertheless, Notice has once again proven herself capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. You may be relieved to hear that Castrum Osidon was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of any useful leads, and we came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we had never found the Emerald Weapon. Perhaps then, Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope that he's finally at peace. We will do what we can to spare the others from sharing his fate. I and the Ironworks will search this place from top to bottom for clues as to the 7th Legion's plan. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like. I would not put it past for the Imperials to have left a few surprises for us. Agreed. I'll go with you. With that in mind, I'll begin my examination of the Emerald Weapon. Carefully, that is. Oh no. An echo from it too? So is this their next plans? Oh, Allie's okay. Alphonse, you knew this? Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you? Melisandre? Rico? No, Rico too? Everyone except me. And you, Rex? Yes. That's what the synthetic sight system is. The fusion between pilot and core is key to Oversoul. Unless we use it, we don't have a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. They stand between us and the primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought that if you knew the truth about the Oversoul, you'd try to stop us. Of course I would. But what I don't understand is why all of you are so willing to give up your lives to the weapon project. What is this all for? It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance, his protection, the Garleans lost any respect they once had for us. But their cruelty pales in comparison to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, an endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments. That's probably what the kids are there for too. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. If it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. Oh, see, there's so much more similarities to so many of these people, like to so many of them, and than like differences, and it's so sad and heartbreaking. The weapon projects will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. We want to see this world. We want you to see this world for yourself, Allie. Even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. Oh my gosh, no, stop. She would I would highly bet that she would rather see rather live in an imperfect world with her siblings and her loved ones than live in a perfect world by herself. This is so depressing. Oh my gosh. Okay, all right, I'm fine. This is definitely not a running theme in this expansion or anything. But why me? The years spent serving the Empire have changed us all, except you, Allie. Even after everything you've seen, You're still caring. No, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we all agreed. Without her consent, without asking her. They're doing this all for her without asking what she wants. Like, this is going, like, her losing her siblings is gonna scar her more than, like, a happy life would in the future. She's gonna live with so much survivor's guilt, and I really hope that she at least, I don't want, I don't want any more of them to die, okay? But I hope that maybe she could defect with Gaius at the very least. I don't know. This is not okay. They're like forcing it upon her, like what they want or what they think that she deserves. Allie, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now is our chance to get out of here. Then why won't you come with me? Or why don't you come with me? If Alphonse and I were to run away now, they'd only force the others to take our place. The others to take our place? We can't let that happen. The other orphans? The other people? So they're also, it's like, not only are they realizing like they're stuck in a position where if they don't pilot it, somebody else will give up their lives. But they're willing to do this for everyone and for themselves and their sister. Ugh. Okay. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for Werlit's freedom. No. How can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it. We will forever be at your side, Allie. Rex? What? Take her to the holding cells! No! Let me go! Gosh, why? So win or lose, the plan is to hand over the castrum to Father, is that right? Yes. They'll take Allie into their custody before the Guardians return. Well, you'll be free to pilot the Emerald weapon without her interfering. We can't let her hinder the completion of the weapon project. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain. Rex, have you forgotten what I told you? You mustn't use Oversoul. No! I can't lose you too! Why did he use it? Rex, why did you use Oversoul? You could have just gotten captured! And Emerald could have just got... The Emerald could have just gotten destroyed and he could have just gotten captured. We both know I can't win without it. Besides, you need the combat data of the Emerald weapon fighting at its peak if we're to have any chance of perfecting the synthetic Urusite system. You know I'm not the sort to do things by halves. Forgive me, Rex. Don't you worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you all. This game! Okay, we're fine. And everything is fine. They found her. This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. I can't say for certain, but it seems she's been through quite an ordeal. No. Why, Rex? Why? Gaius, once we've extracted the core, we'll take it back to Terrancliff for analysis. Perhaps she should come with us? There's no use for her staying here. Like, it's why? I'm also just thinking, like, they would have been such, I don't know. It's also like, I don't, it just sucks because, like, I could imagine them being such, like kind of wonderful allies too, right? But they keep working with the weapons project. And I know it's because they want to change Garlemald from, like, the inside out, right? They want it to be better for the people who are still there. And I guess not just leave and defect. And that is possible. It is still possible to change stuff like that, but to make so many sacrifices. I kind of want to go over here and look. But I said this earlier as well, but I have not played Evangelion, not watched Evangelion, so Oxiden. Okay, thank you. Okay, Gaius. Severa is taking care of Ali. It may be some time until her nerves have settled. If the visions you witness the witness is indeed true, Alphonse and Rex locked her away for her own safety. When she is ready, you would know more of what her brother hopes to achieve and why he must resort to such desperate measures. Ali's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. I hope she doesn't run away. There was one other thing that I thought you should know. When we checked her for injuries, oh no, we saw that her back is covered in welts and bruises. Ugh! Is this Valen's? Is this Valen's doing? Who did that to her? It seems she was subjected to a beating. Subjected to beatings on a regular basis? Judging by the varied states of bruising, I dare say this was the work of her Garlean masters. You speak as though you have seen this before. Seen? I've lived through it myself. Oh no, Severa. Was she from here? She was from here! Oh my gosh, Severa! I was born in Waltz. 23 summers passed. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blood Garlean and a member of the occupying force. Though I know very little about him. His rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgement of our familiar ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it was more that can be said for most of his ilk. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Wilt? I don't know how to say this word. I'm sorry. Can somebody help me? Shunned by the people who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought if I were to become Warlit. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Let me write this down. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Warlit, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought that if I were to become an Imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear. So I joined the army. This is such a common story, and it's so sad! The acceptance I earned was but temporary. However, my superiors were quick to blame my perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on official court-martials, they administer their own form of corporal punishment. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion and fought under Xenos. Yelgalvis in Alamico. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee to Warlit. Well, it was never much of a home. It was all I had, but nothing could prepare me for what awaited. My mother, for many years, suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Garleans had denied her treatment, claiming that it would be waste on savages. By the time I could return to her side, there was naught I could do. There was nothing left for me in Warlit. I'd be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return. And I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin with. I ran as far as my legs would carry me, and it was then that I met Gaius. So that is the truth of it. Other than a few scant details, I knew naught of your past. It sickens me to think that I fought under the same banner as such vile creatures. Oh, that means Gaius would have never done that! I had always believed that to be duty of the strong to lead the weak, yet there are those who become drunk on power afforded by their station and prey on the ones they should protect. Like canker, this corruption has spread to every part of the Empire. Even those with Garlean blood, as myself, are subjected to their cruelty. They hold particular contempt for the Ura, an easy target for abuse being so few numbered. Perhaps, like me, Allie thought she could be spared such treatment once she joined the army. Alas. He's also just like realizing more and more of like how, I don't know. I'm assuming this is probably like strengthening his resolve potentially of like what he needs to do. I only hope that with time, Allie can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is Veld's turn to keep watch. Let us ask if there has been any change. He better not have lost her. I trust that it should be fine, but like, please don't lose her. Though you have overcome the emerald weapon, it is hardly cause for celebration. Yet another young life cut short. Rex's death is on my hands, not yours. Would that this confrontation had been averted, but alas, it was not to be. I suppose you're here to talk about Allie. Is she well enough to speak with us? Her condition has improved somewhat. I would say so, provided you do not cause her any undue distress. Wait here. Oh. She probably has some, bittersweet feelings being able to, like, seeing him now. Allie, I'm sorry. What happened to Rex is my fault. Melisandre and Rico too? They died because of me and my foolish ambitions. Father, no. This cannot go on. Please, Allie, you must tell me all you know. Of course. First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we parted. So much has happened. It seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. Oh. There's a Oh, is this her? At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next, until eventually a man named Valen van Avaro was given command. He was sent from the capital. Before that, he was a specialist in experimental magitech weaponry. We later discovered that he was ordered by Emperor Varus to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina, the weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever methods he saw fit, and his grief for power only grew. Ugh, this freak. Okay. Some even say that he's planning to use the weapons of power to lay claim to the throne. But I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon power. Not that he'd ever tell anyone, but he's always muttering to himself. I've been able to put the pieces together. I called it! I 100% called it! I called that he wants to be Gaius so badly. He's jealous of you, father. He's so jealous. He's so jealous. He wants to be Gaius so badly. Oh my gosh. There's so many of them. There's so many jealous people out there. Like, just admit it. You don't have to hide it. Just admit that you're jealous, and then you'll be freer for it. And also, like, you don't have to be jealous. You can just admire, alright? So we can sick our bestie on this guy? Are you talking about Xenos? Is that the bestie you're calling? He's not our bestie. He just... I don't know. Okay, so he thought the Emperor should conquer and rule and execute. And then... well, let's see. Wordlet? I don't know if it's pronounced officially or by the writers. I think it's a real word though, so I think we're probably just trying to pronounce it as if, like, how it would be pronounced. He's jealous of you, father. I knew it. I knew he was jealous. Valen van Varo. I must admit, it was only recent that I heard of that name. The Valen used his knowledge of magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one day, a man stood in his way. You, father. He was one of the candidates to lead in the new 14th Legion. But that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the ultimate weapon. sorry. A far more gifted engineer. Sorry, this is a double burn. Valen wishes he could be Gaius, and also he wishes he could be Sid, and he wishes he could be Nero, like a fraction of any of their talents. But he does not have it. So therefore he bullies and picks on and abuses people that are under him. Valence has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld, where you treated those who serve the Empire based on merit rather than their race or origins. Valence is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all others. It never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge, all that hatred festering away. Nothing good could ever come of it. Ooh, that was a pain point right there. So the marks on your body are his handiwork? Yes. To Valens and his men, we are no more than fodder for his experiments. Playthings on which that they can vent on their frustration. Every day is filled with nothing but pain. Oh, Allie. If I had remained in Garlemald, you would have never forced to endure this abuse. It's not your fault, father. We could have fled from Valens if we wanted to. After all, we weren't expendable. After all, we're expendable and easily replaced. The truth is, that's exactly why we couldn't run. In saving ourselves, we would be condemning others. But if we were to stay and see the weapons project to its completion, we could gain power to defeat Valens and then the Empire itself, freeing the world from its tyranny. No! What really was, they wanted to change things from the inside out. That way, we might start afresh. Find a place we can call home. Not just for us, but for anyone who wished to live in peace. You would give your lives for a future you may... Oh! You would give your lives for a future you may not live to see. We took courage from your teachings, Father. The strong must lead the weak, and we would gain that strength by whatever means necessary. We will fight for the sake of those who cannot. But we knew that you'd never consent to our participation in the weapons project, which is why we couldn't turn for you for help. As the pilots, we're the only ones who are capable to stop Valen. We know just how powerful the weapons are. You could use them to bring the world to its knees. And his masterpiece is the worst of them all. If only I could get my hands on it. If only I could get my hands on it, then I could save Alphonse and all of Warlit. Oh, it's her narration. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposing sides of this conflict. There must be some way you can help him. He may have called you our enemy before, but he never meant it. He still loves you, Father, and you're everything he aspires to be. Oh my gosh. I failed him. Failed you all. But I refuse to abandon him to his fate. I will free him from Valens, if it's the last thing I do. Thank you. He needs you, now more than ever. Listen, Allie. I once sought the strength to rebuild the world as I saw fit. But the ultimate weapon was born not to create, but to destroy. Alphonse must not follow in my footsteps. I know all too well where they lead. I will do all I can to help your brother. Pray tell me where he is. I'm sorry. I don't know where he could be. I think she's lying, though. In that case, I shall have the Alliance dispatch scouts. Wherever he is, we'll find him. As for you, Allie, you must stay here and rest. Wait, you're the one who fought Rex, Recon, and Melisandre, aren't you? Yes. We're sorry, though. We're the ones who threatened your homeland. You only did what you had to do. Oh, she's so empathetic. I have no right to ask this of you, but... lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. Of course, we don't want to hurt any of them. But all of them chose to oversoul, and we couldn't do anything about it. Like, truly, I really hope that we can stop him from oversouling. I now know why they call you hero. Alphonse, I'll do what I must to free you, even if it means going against Father's wishes. But I have a good feeling about his new friend. Oh. Sevra, see that she has everything she needs. She's gonna leave. We're gonna see her again. She better not. She needs to make sure she stays safe. Our allies must be informed of these troubling events. May I ask you to relay this news to the troops in Garabania? Your loving father act may fool the others, Gaius, but not me. For every life you save, you ended 1,000 more. Is this your idea of redemption? I don't think he's looking for redemption. Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I still have a part to play. Was I wrong to spare you that day? Or will you honor your word? It seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colors. I think it's reasonable for him to still be wary and to still be worried as well. I don't think Vald was like really like egging him on too much, but he's just still questioning and he's still kind of like seeing, because I feel like if somebody was like acting, eventually the incessant like questioning would get to them. But if that's all in like, if it's what he believes and it's what it's true, I don't think it would be like whatever. It's like I know what I need to do kind of thing. At the same time, nice. Majority of the 7th are sure to be stationed in the city of Warlit, the heart of the occupied territory. Whether Alphonse is there with them remains to be seen. According to Ali, another weapon lies in wait, but where, we do not know. It stands to reason, however, that if we were to find it, Alphonse would surely not be far away. While I'm painfully aware of the cruelty of the Empire shows its enemies, even I am appalled to hear how it treats its own. Warmaka, now that feeds on the very lives of their pilot, can scarcely imagine anything more heinous. Leave Ali to me. Having cared for my mother for so long before being transferred away, I'd like to think I have developed suitable bedside manner. You stay safe, Sever, okay? Watch out for her. And also watch out for yourself. And also she might try to sneak away, so be careful. Jealous of Gaius and rode Nero's coattails 100%. He wanted to be peak, but he's mid at best. Yeah, and we're gonna take him down. Imagine having a bowl cut and being a bad engineer. Unreal. Nah, I'd get that job. Valens prior to not getting the job, probably. There's a bit of Valens that's never understood. He saw Gaius adopt orphans, so he did the same, never realizing Gaius actually raised them to be strong sets of good morals. Yeah, he's exactly doing the opposite too, and he's just using them. Like that's what we saw earlier, and it's like he so wants to be Gaius, but he's just like using them as servants rather than actually like, you know, like Gaius saw potential in them, and that he wanted to make sure to nurture that as well. And for them to like be good soldiers and like to work on merit, like to, you know, get to where they are on merit. A small thing, iffy. Okay, what's the small thing, Kiwi? I see the kids still playing hide and seek. It's cute. Like just them just like running around here and there. It is interesting and neat, especially since I'm assuming it's because since the Imperial forces are away, or like not occupying this area, they're actually letting their kids out and going around. Exit? Okay, yes. I can talk to the technician. This lift leads down to the storage area where the weapons are kept. Unfortunately, the Imperials didn't leave an awful lot behind for us to investigate. They did give us a place to carry out maintenance of the G-Warrior. In fact, I can take you down and take a closer look. Yeah! Thanks for telling me about this. I would have probably forgotten. Whoa. Wow. Oh, we can talk all about it. Okay. Ask about it. Inspect the head, the arms, the boosters, climb into the whir, stand by. We're so small. Done enough posing? You could pose longer. I guess you could also just do that too. Discovered just as well. Asked if you could take pictures of that earlier. You asked? This is so silly though. Wait, let's see. Let's see what the other inspecting does. Like, because I think what I'll end up doing is I'll grab my food really quickly and take a snack. Inspect the head. 2 sensors on the front work in much the same way as the eyes of living creatures, sending visual information to the pilot. Horns is one of the additions, picking up link pearl signals. Not for ramming the enemies. Still, if push comes to shove, I dare say it could be used as a last ditch attack. Headbutting the arms. A number of improvements. To claw at the enemies, we modified to allow for various attacks. As the saber! Boosters? By the ironworks for low altitude flight, increasing maneuverability. You can climb on its shoulder? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is so cute. Okay, well, I need to go grab my food, so I'll be right back. We can watch this. You gotta pose with your gunpla? It'd be wild if they ended up ever making this one. I'm sure there's a bunch who would love to get this one. You know what? Let's go back to this, and then I think what I'm gonna do is just... There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go get food. I'll be right back. Is the next quest a green quest, by the way? Does anybody know? I'm also gonna play an ad real quick. Well, not yet. Okay, it's 9? I'm trying to think. I might do a little bit of questing. In preparation for tomorrow, maybe? Yes. Yeah. A green quest as in, is it the end of the quest is next? If it's a green quest, that means like I mean, technically the next one will be the last part of this series, right? Or is there more? Wait, how much of this series have I done? Have I done 1 out of 3? 2 out of 3? Almost 2 out of 3? Two out of 3. Okay, thank you. Oh, halfway. Okay, halfway, but 2 out of 3 fights. Okay. So questing would probably be okay, right? For tomorrow? Yeah. Do you think there's a good stopping point for us to continue to quest? After this? So should I save the rest of the stuff for tomorrow or should I save the third part for tomorrow then? She already retired. Yeah, she retired earlier today, Wrath. Congrats to Timer-chan for her happy retirement. Severick, I don't think there is. Usually I would be given the heads up. I don't think there is anything, there's no concerns about, like, continuing. You vote yes for saving it? Okay, alright. Alright. Let me think. Okay, so there is still a little bit before as we continue. Okay. Sorry, I'm thinking. A lot of thinking right now. Okay, one moment. I'm gonna play the ad really quickly and I'll be right back. Dang it. Thank you. I was muted that entire time. I was yapping a lot. I'm so sorry. I guess I was just muted that entire time and I did not realize it at all. That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, okay, I'll replay that as well. I will replay that. Sorry, that was my alerts were also muted, so that wouldn't have helped. I've been talking so much. I'm so sorry. It's fine. It's fine.
Mic muted.
Mic muted. Mic muted. Rip. It's fine. Thought you were on the next quest. No, yeah, we are working on this next little bit first. Okay, so let's finish this portion, and then because I was thinking, like, do I want to quest any for tomorrow? And maybe I should just save the next bit of the quest for just tomorrow. And I don't have to worry about it. Like, I don't have to worry about going over or like doing too much of it. Because I was thinking, well, I could pre-quest, right? And I could maybe get to the part of the next trial. But I think it'd probably be better just to save it then. Yeah, it's true. I think I'll probably end up potentially going to the gym tonight, but I also know who we're gonna raid. Somebody also doing Shadowbringer stuff. But first, I'm gonna lock in for this though. We recently received word of your victory over the emerald weapon. I expect it was another fine display of your part. Not that any of us were there to see it. For that reason, we'd be grateful if you could give us a blow-by-blow account, if you wouldn't mind. Good grief, it sounds like you had an awful lot to contend with, rather you than me. I shall add this to our ever-growing stack of reports. Should anyone wish to review this information ahead of the next sortie? Now, if I may say so, it looks like our ordeals have taken their toll. We'll let you know if anything requires your attention, but until then, be sure to get some rest. We're gonna be hit with a meanwhile. We're about to be hit with a meanwhile. I'm pretty sure we've had like 3 meanwhiles, or at least 2 other ones at this point. The 7th Legion Correctional Chamber. Is he torturing Alphons? Can this freak go away? 3 weapons. 3 pitiful displays of ineptitude. No! He's branding him? What the heck? To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister, no less, has escaped. These are the welts! Oh my gosh! And who should she go crawling to but that swine Gaius? After everything I've done for... No. Done to? To? Her? For her? This is how she repays me? As her older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you failed miserably. Meanwhile, war crimes and torture. What is he thinking? Why is he staring at him? Well, don't just stand there, boy. It's his turn? Is that what he's wanting him to do? Oh, of course. It's your first time, isn't it? Come along. There's no need to be shy. Ugh. I'm gonna see this guy's ugly mug. This guy's 100% a freak. A twisted freak. You see, something wicked has taken hold of this young man, and it's our job to cleanse his troubled spirit. It may look pitiful, but it's the only way, I assure you. He'll ever be so grateful, and you'll want him to get better, don't you? There's a good boy. Now let's try it again, shall we? Ugh! Burn out the bad. Burn out the bad. Oh no. All of them? Why is he like this? Why is he a freak? Oh, this poor kid. Oh, Alphonse as well! Guys would never stand for this. I hate him! Well done. You've all made Father proud? He's a freak! Oh my gosh, he wants to be Gaius so badly. He is so jealous. He is sick and twisted. He's sick and twisted, and oh my gosh, can I push him over a cliff, please? Please, please, in Minecraft, in-game. In-game, please. Let me PvP him, 1v1. He's adopted these children as well. And also, it even said ward. So he thinks they're all inferior, but then also, like, he's adopted these children in order to, like, help him do his torture. Very proud indeed. Ugh. As for you, I thought you were a cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken. Since you allowed that wretched sister of yours to escape, it falls on you to act as her replacement. I choose you as the next pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Gaius Van Belsar, whatever it takes. And if you so much as entertain the idea of betraying me again, I'll exterminate every last of your kind? Like the vermin they are. Can I exterminate him? Please? Please, please, please. Let me exterminate Valence. So, somebody was saying earlier if we should call her our bestie, and, like, I don't really like Xenos, but, like, I would make an exception. I would potentially make an exception, like, hey, Xenos, do you want to do battle later? But can you take care of this guy first real quick? I'd be willing to call up Xenos if he took care of this guy first. If I couldn't get to him first, I would be willing to call Xenos. And do not take that lightly either, because I don't really like Xenos. He's also kind of a freak, but in a different way. Not like this guy. Not, oh my gosh, please. Having said that, you will be forcibly initiating Oversoul using Xenos. Xenos? Oh, sorry. I'm fine. This game... Xenos is combat data, so whatever schemes you may be hatching will never come to pass. All you need to do is sit back and let the synthetic Urusite system do the work. With you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will have finally some resemblance of meaning. Let me at him! Lord Valens, preparation for the Universal trial are complete. We await your orders. Splendid. There's never a dull moment around here. Now then, boys, who would like to see something special? All these children are terrified. Come along, everyone. Father has secrets to share with you. Okay, I'm not condoning patricide, but he doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve this. Ah, the music again. This is my chance. And it's all thanks to the sacrifices made by my dear siblings. Finally, the weapon will be mine to command. Once it's reached perfection, I'll be unstoppable. First Valens, then the Empire itself will fall. We'll be free at last. Father, keep Allie safe. Oh, he wants to defeat Valens as bad as we do. Alphonse is gonna go after Valens. Melisandria, Recon, Rex. I'll be seeing this plan through the end. Until then, watch over me. I'll see this through to the end, I promise. Ugh, the song! I knew the song would come back! More! Oh my gosh, somebody push him over the rails, please. Did he steal these children? So, is it ready or not? The trial sequence has been primed, sir. Then get on with it. Initiating synthetic Urosite system. Loading diamond weapon simulation. Oh, it's that kid and that lady's dad. Werlit pilot, what's going on? You're helping us with a little research is all. Ah, whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Garlemald. This isn't what we agreed to. You said that if I took part of the experience, you'd let my family go. You have Xenos' data loaded, yes? Activate Oversoul and be quick about it. Understood, Lord Valens. Galvus combat sample ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. And this time he doesn't even have a choice. Oh no. My mind. If this is what it takes to protect both of you, I love you. I'm so sorry. That's what happens inside the chamber? Where is my prey? Organic core overwrite complete. Xenosail Galvus data loaded. The subject is instinctively bound to seek out prey right from the outset. Regardless of combat prowess it may boast. I need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough, shut it down. Are they gonna choose somebody else that's not Xenos? Deactivating synthetic Urusite system. Xenos is a ravenous beast. I mean, it is true. Oh. How revolting, and what a mess it makes of the cockpit. Adjusting the settings, prepare for another run. Fortunately, we have the next test up. What do you mean test subjects ready and waiting? This is not letting them go. Sir, you agreed to release his family in exchange for his cooperation. My, I never knew you had such a wonderful sense of humor. The great Valens Van Varos, bargaining with savages. More? Fool him to trusting me in the first place. They're seeing it! They're opening their eyes! They're realizing, like, even if it was in the name of science to, like, you know, for the Empire, they're realizing, like, he's crossing a line. Even they have standards and morals, but they have standards of, like, where the line is, like, drawn, but he doesn't have any lines. He doesn't have any boundaries. He'll do whatever it takes because he's a freak. I hate him so much. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like I said, I said it earlier. I said I'm willing to call up Xenos, all right? I'm willing to call up Xenos if I can get that guy out. If I can't get to him first, I'm willing to call up Xenos and give him what he wants, which is fighting me, in order for that guy to go out. I want him to leave. Okay. All right. I'm willing to make temporary alliances with my enemy to get rid of a bigger enemy. All right. Imagine trying to. Who could control Xenos? No one. He does whatever he wants. He does whatever he wants. Patricide would be legitimately to claim of being their father. He's a jailer, 100% a jailer. It's just like, you know, I'm just saying though, if they were to, you know, fight against him, we could pretend it's patricide. I mean, in that case, I would not oppose for them. And those two cutscenes is why I don't think a lot of people continue this right away. It's a good stopping point. What'd you miss? Me about to call Xenos to deal with Valens. Okay, you want to know some of the notes we ended up taking about Valens earlier? And this further cements my hatred for him, like, very justifiably. I think almost everyone hates Valens because he's a freak. Derogatory. You met, he's absolutely terrible, miserable. Also, hi Zach. Hi Z, how are you doing? Good morning, Super. I hope you're doing well. Taking care. Hopefully it was a good nap. He's so beyond. Do go to therapy. No, yeah, he's beyond that. He needs to be in a padded room for the safety of others, to be honest. Yeah, he needs to be in a padded room for the safety of others. Or maybe we can, like, let him go swimming indefinitely. Yeah. Yeah. Like, he can go swimming. Not enough knives in the world to deal with this man. Do you think this is someone's hear me out? I don't know. I don't know. This weirdo? I don't think so. He's weird. I don't think he is. Yes, so the notes, by the way. So Valens van Varos, or Varo, my notes are, he gives milk drinkers a bad name, right? He definitely swishes his milk like wine. And also he gargles milk. And also he's a hobgoblin. And his mom's a hobgoblin. So that's my notes on this guy. And I hate him. And I'm willing to call Xenos and make a pact truce / I don't even want to say it. I'm willing to go on a battle date with him. I don't want to, but I'm willing to. I'm willing to for the greater good, okay? I'm willing to go on a battle date with Xenos to deal with this guy. I don't want to. But I'm like, I'm willing to negotiate, okay? Do you want to fight me? Kill this guy first. Exactly. I'm willing to go on a battle date with Xenos if this guy is out. He is... Valen's disgusting. Hate him. Worse. Pretty designed to be reprehensible as fictionally possible. Like, he's racist. He's a weirdo. He's a racist. He's awful. He tortures people. He's a weirdo. He's a freak. In all derogatory terms. And then also, he's a hobgoblin, okay? Hi, Quizzled. How are you? You came in at a very interesting time. Your mom was a hobgoblin, top tier cartoon villain insult. I said that, yeah, earlier when we first were talking about him and him drinking milk and being weird and also like abusing people and stuff. I definitely called him a hobgoblin after I said that he swishes milk like wine. 100%. I have no doubts about it. And I called it so early that he's so desperate to be Gaius. He's so jealous. He's so desperate. Like, he probably should have gone to therapy 20 years ago. Even way before that. Okay, anyways, I need to read these reports really quickly and be depressed again. Oh, Rex! Okay, the pilot of the Emerald weapon. Former civilian of Warlet, orphaned at a young age when the epidemic killed his parents, was later fostered by Gaius and was raised alongside several other Imperial in the orphanage. He was known for being extroverted, outgoing. His lack of restraint often made him the center of attention. However, this was accompanied by an explosive temper. He would often confront those he believed were threatening his foster siblings, with little regard or rank or social status. He later joined the Weapon Project in order to support his foster brother Alphonse. His final mission was to pilot the Emerald weapon, which ended with him becoming fused to the core and perishing shortly after. He was 18. Okay, so Recon was 17. He's 18. So their older sister, she was 20. And I'm assuming, so that means, yeah, we definitely know that Alphonse is older than 20. Older than 20, and little and then Allie is younger than 17 probably. So she probably is the twins' age. Oh my gosh. He deserves to be dipped. Honestly, he deserves what he's done to others. I think that's reasonable. He deserves what he has done to others. Every lashing, every ounce of pain, every single amount of emotion. Well, I don't know if he has emotions, to be honest. Every amount of like physical, emotional, mental pain that he has put onto others, he deserves back. Tenfold, hundredfold, million, whatever. I think that is the bare minimum that he deserves. Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. Bring out the guillotine. Where is it? Except they're all in agreement. It's like, yeah, instead of a damn, and it's like 100%, like 100% agreement, no hesitation. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that he's being the... Exactly. I think that's perfect. I think he deserves every ounce of pain, ounce of pain that he's inflicted on others, and then plenty more on top of that. You're gonna need 3 barrels of boiling milk for his... What he's enjoyed so much hurts him. He breaks oaths. He discriminates lethally, beats children, abuses them, remorselessly climbs social ladder. He drinks so much milk that he's like, he has a bad breath. And honestly, the other mark against him, that he's so terrible and awful that I'm willing to go on a battle date with Xenos in order to get him out of here. And that's a pretty high bar, because I don't want to battle Xenos. I don't want to deal with him. He's feral, okay? He's really feral for the Warrior of Light, and like, I don't have time for that right now, okay? But like, if I need to, I will. Pull out the good old-fashioned English torture. Oh, draw and quarter. Whoa, I've never heard of that before, actually. That's wild. That is absolutely wild. I'm learning so much today. Okay, there was a lot that we did today, and I can't believe that's a villain. Like, I'm trying to think, is there any worse villains that we've had to encounter that have been just truly, like, irredeemable, that have, like, no backstory? Bruh, even Mitron had a better, like, had a redemption arc. Mitron had a redemption arc as well, but this guy, I can't imagine one. He's just a weirdo freak. Asahi, okay, Asahi was the golden child, so we know where it stemmed and why he's messed up. He sucks though, and I hate him. And then also he basically got curb stopped by Tsukiyomi, so I think he deserved that. So that's great. The person we visualize and burn bonfires every year in the UK. That's so funny. Vothri, I think that's the other thing too, because Vothri, I think that's a really good point actually. Vothri and Asahi are kind of comparable. Vothri I feel a little bit worse for, mostly because he really thought he was a god. He really thought he was gonna save his people. It's all he's known in his life, that he was going to save everyone, and like the way, like this is truly the only way. Where at least as Asahi, he has seen people suffer, he has seen people like get hurt. Asahi actively lies to people, right? So him coming to us pretending to be an emissary of peace and whatnot, right? And he was actually just bold-faced lying the entire time, because he's terrible, because he's dumb and terrible, right? Anyways, what else was it? Yeah, so Vothri, I feel a little bit, he has a little bit more of my sympathy. Asahi still is a golden child, and he's stupid and dumb, and he could have changed, but no, because he's always been told yes in his entire life. He also killed his parents, so that's another thing too. No regrets. No regrets. He killed his parents. So I think right now it's Valen's, Asahi. Vothri at least had a story where I felt bad for him at some degree, right? He was still obnoxious. And also Alfie, especially, I think his redemption arc is a little bit, he has a bit more of a redemption because Alfie tried so hard. He wanted Vothri to see that he's also made mistakes, and he wanted Vothri to be able to empathize with Alfie, and like, it doesn't have to be this way, but it had to be this way, and he could see no other way because it's all he's known in his life, and he's not willing to see it, right? But I still don't like him. Only redeeming quality is that the Empire made him that way. People like Valen's influenced him. No, it wasn't even Asahi that, like, not even the Empire made him that way. He was the golden child. His mom and dad, which are, sorry. I don't want to say see you, but like, his mom and dad essentially treated him 1,000,000 times better than they did for her, right? So Wait. I'm trying to... Wait. I'm trying to remember her name. I'm sorry. Like, they treated them a million times better. She literally got married. They sent her off as a child bride. I 100% blame the parents. And further, enabling him to act out as he did. And then he got sent off to be in the Empire to try to be, like, I don't know, rise the ranks and everything, right? And then he is so jealous of us because Xenos likes us and Xenos doesn't care about him. I'm like, whatever, like, it's not my problem. We don't like Xenos. And it's like, and then he just like makes faces at us and he's angry and whatever. Okay, anyways, it's fine. It's fine. It's not, yeah, it's 100% his parents. It's not even, I don't even blame the Empire that much. I do blame the Empire. Okay, I still do, because they still are the opposing forces in Yangsha, right? To force people to go into desperation in order to like survive, just purely survive and not be able to just live their life. Yotsu. Yes, thank you. Yotsu. I'm so sorry. Because I usually think of Tsukiyomi and I think of Suyu, but I forgot the first part of her name. Yotsu. Thank you, Cam. But yeah, Yotsu literally was a child bride. That's not okay. That's not okay. Against her will. Because the mom is a piece of shit. That's it. Anyways. So that's Final Fantasy 14. So this is Final Fantasy 14. Everything is fine and great. No. Quicklevin? What is this? What is this? What's happening? I've never seen this before. What weather is this? It's Quicklevin. Is the weather. What? There's a raid? Oh, it's weather. Oh, should we do the thing? Wait, where do we go? Is there a raid around? Did somebody yell it in shout chat yet? Rare Fate, find them? Oh, we gotta go find them. Okay. If anybody else is around, I'm inviting everyone. Okay, we gotta go find the raid. Is it gonna be on the map at all? They spawn on the map? Well, I'm glad I noticed this because it's like something's going on. I don't know what's happening. It doesn't show on the map. It shows on the mini map. Okay. Is it over there already? Did we already flag it? Fight him enough, you get tokens for a mount and stuff like that? Okay. Is it like Odin where you become the next one? Spread out? Spread out. Okay. You found it already? Oh my gosh. On my way! Kind of like Odin, except you don't become the next Odin. I hope I can become the next Odin. But not in story. Okay. You can't miss it. Half the server will show up? Okay. Time to shout it at everyone now. Dropping to help and okay, no problem. A party finder. How many people are here already? Wait, where are y'all? Oh, it's over here, this way. Oh, nice! I'm gonna put this in cross-world link shell. We made it! Oh, is this the one? Wait. This is the one in Eden, right? So what's his name? I-X-O-N. Ixion. So this is the Ramu Odin one, right? The bot. Okay, that's so funny that like when we're doing all the side content, like he shows up. Yeah. Okay, that's neat. Oh, should we summon our chocobos? My chocobo's gonna 100% die. Hi, Quizzled. Oh, do I have room in my party? I do. Let me invite you. Egg? Oh, I don't need egg. Maybe I can use... Maybe I'll use one of these. This is so fun. There's so many healers just in case. Is the first one in 10? 10 I think might be our next one in is it has somebody like called of like when we're gonna start it? Hi Yami. Oh no, you came back. I'm sorry. We don't have space. People already have the mount. PT is 20 probably? Yeah, that makes sense. I think everyone's just gathering probably at the moment. Ulti disbanded just as we found the fate. Big Ixions and then baby ones. We have so many baby ones here. Everyone's showing off. I used Chloe Golden certified for the mount. I didn't realize I can earn it another way. Oh, I didn't. That's good to know. You can earn it this way. Somebody's gonna get hit. Never mind. So he just randomly just throws down little thunders here and there as we all wait. I wonder if he'll put it right here or in the middle. Has stuff to dispel his shields. Oh, what do we need to dispel his shields? Should I use any of my pots? Maybe not. I'm surprised we didn't end up getting a shout in this local area of like where he was as well. Someone has it? Okay, thank you. There's Hunt Discord people here. Okay. Hi, Egg. This is my chocobo. Egg. Oh, it has the Phoenix one right now. Were you probably the first to find him? Oh, that's fun. And then I'm assuming everyone else shouted. Well, Saray found it, but I realized, wait a second, something's happening. What is this? So the biggest tell is like the weather changes. I'm excited for I need to eat food. I need to check my food in a little bit. No, they were talking about it in Discord first. Okay, well, we were close though. Custom weathers, okay. They all have custom weathers. Oh, they were talking about it in shout chat. I see. Super rare fates. Pulling? What's happening? So somebody had something to dispel the shields. I see. I gotta watch out for the ground. Oh! chocobos! Rip! He's going down though. Oh, there's the baby ones? Cool. Oh, wait. Here, let me have a regen. You don't need it. Oh. Ooh. Egg has 3 vuln stacks! Uh-oh. Okay, I've gotta watch out. So staying behind them in theory would be fine, right? Ooh, Cam. Making sure our tanks are okay. Ooh, I don't like the storm. Oh, okay. Storm clouds. Oh! Okay, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. I'm just gonna give people some random heals occasionally because I need lilies. Oh, again? Oh, okay, I got this person. Ooh, the storm clouds. I'm gonna back up. Ooh. Okay. They keep moving, I don't like this! Oh no! It's okay, we got like 3 healers on our team. We're fine. Do we have some blue mages up here too? Yay! We did it! Yay! Wait, do we get the thing? Oh wow, I got an Ixion Horde! That's what that's for. I wonder if I've ever... No, I haven't thrown it away. We did it! Good job! Yay! The meme saying these fates will spawn in 5 minutes, surely. Yay! GG! Real, not clickbait? Oh, you are playing Blue Gnome! Ah, thank you! Nice. A lot of damage. Okay, alright. I guess I'll TP us back to... Well, we're done for now. Right? So do we even go... Do we go back to... Do we go back to that area, or should I TP us to Gridania or something? Progress reached? Okay. I've never waited 5 minutes. I've waited for 5 minutes. 45 minutes! We did it! Is there something over here? Is this where you redeem it or something? There's so many people here. Token! Oh, the token exchange. Oh. That's where it is? Okay. Ultima Wondrous. Is it this one? What is this one? You need 5. Oh, I have 6 of them. I have 6 of them? I got a trophy. I can get the barding. Does anybody have the barding? Oh, I can also get the whistles. Wait, right? Barding, trophy. Ah, I need 12 for that one. I see, I see. And then these ones. Tremble and then Winded. The boss and other X-Packs have long explicit triggers. There's a window that could be spawned, but you need to do 2 chain fates. Oh my gosh, really? Do some people just farm that all day? What does it mean about the fates saying they'll spawn in 5 minutes? Surely. Thank you for TPing us here. I'm learning more. You have it? Oh my gosh, you Did you just get it, Mord? Oh my gosh. Not all the tokens are fates. Yes, yes, that makes sense. They only can trigger once per day? Oh. You just got it! Nice! Yay! Is this the bard? Oh, this is what the barding looks like. Ah, okay, thank you. The horn's really cool though. It's sorry. It looks like a baby. For the reward, it looks like you need 5 kills. Okay, okay. I think I have 6 of these ones. Okay, cool. I wonder if I've thrown away the Odin horn before. I feel like I may have by accident. It's the baby. The barding is so silly. It does. I have the horn on the chocobo. Look at it. I have to get it. I'm back on my homeworld. I have 6 in your retainer. 2 for the mount, 1 for the minion, 1 for barding, 1 for tabletop. Okay, okay, got it. I see. So I need to do another one if I want the minion or the mount later on. Wish the well, the chocobo doesn't do the sparkle like the lightning, right? But it does glow, which is cool. Nice, we did it! Yay! Okay, all right. Let me see. It's funny because I was literally about to like wind down and say like, good night everyone, thanks for being here. I'm like, wait, what's happening right now? What is going on? Also. Dang it. Is the person I wanted to raid? Did she end stream already? Oh no, she did end stream. How long was her stream? I wanted to raid Annie. Oh, it was 6 hours? Okay, we started around the same time. That makes sense. But let me do a shout out. Okay. But yes, Annie was doing 5.2 today. Did she do all of 5.2 in 6 hours? I missed it. No, it's okay. All right. Anyways, that was exciting. We did a lot today. Yeah, we did 2 of the questing stuff for Trial Series. I do enjoy the story. It is incredibly tragic. It is like heartbreaking, tragic, sad. I'm angry. I'm annoyed at Valen's, and we all want to we all want him to decease immediately, right now, before he can hurt anybody else. And I don't know. It is going to be very interesting. Going to be very interesting to see if like things from the inside out can change, or if it will change, especially in the 7th Legion. So we'll see. I just hope they have a happy ending. Please, Alphonse doesn't have to die. He doesn't have to. Things could be okay still, right? And Allie, please don't hurt yourself. So please don't sacrifice yourself. You have your brother, you have your dad. There's still potential to be happy. It took you a month to get lucky for the newer ones as well. The worst part of getting the mounts on launch is instances being full. Oh, okay. So like sometimes people just have to wait, or you have to just get lucky to be in that area in order to actually like beat it up quick enough for people to be there. On release or slightly less insane than people trying to get the hunt mounts ASAP. I found the Dawn Trail ones for their first week. Getting to instances was half the battle. It's honestly, I'm assuming it's like you just have to wait around and see if you're able to get lucky into like finding or being on the right server, or like going to the right server quick enough, or in order to like join them. I don't know. I guess it really just depends how cool the mount is. But I guess the other part for me, very luckily, is like I only use like two mounts. I only use 2 mounts, so it's not nearly as important for me to find more of them. The server, it's the instance. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, yeah, not the instance as in like loading into it, right? I just did the Dawn Trail one, my home server, 2 days ago, battling the server transfers and the instance limits as well. I was on the right map, wrong instance for the map, couldn't transfer to the right one. Because it's a max instance as well? Okay, I get it. That's still so wild though. That like, that can happen to like people when just trying to get a stinky mount. Okay, alright. 1 second. Okay, my brain is really smushy. I think I know who we're gonna read, actually. Another friend who's also playing Final Fantasy, and it'll be nice to go say hi. Yeah, there's a Dawn Trail fight, really buggy, and there's 200 people on the fight. Does it die really quickly, or do they know to scale the health up, so it takes some time for people to even like battle it? I can't no, because it's synced every single time. So like, and if you're max level, you're already there at the right level that you need to be. So does it still take a chunk of time to go through it, right? They're all scaled. But everyone, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for joining me for Timer-chan retirement party. We'll have an official real party in the future. We are definitely going to work on that. But yeah, I'm glad that we ended up doing the trial series. I'm enjoying it so far. It is way different and more than I thought it would be. Like I forgot that we were going to help Gaius with Ultima and everything. So that was even a huge surprise at the beginning, which I'm happy about. And yeah, I'm excited to do the third one and see what happens and what's going on next. Tomorrow we're going to review the Google Calendar again and hopefully get some better dates and times for everyone whenever we end up going through the rest of MSQ. I think when I come back from my vacation, actually, we'll do Alliance raids. So watch out if you're available the weekend of the probably 25th, 26th, 27th. I think that's when we're going to do Alliance raids. That's at least my plan. When I come back, we're going, since we finished Final Fantasy IX, we're going to be working on Expedition 33, and I'm still in Act 1. I'm still pretty early. I actually end up replaying some of it in Discord at the very beginning, just to remember I guess to just be emotionally devastated again, and then also just kind of get into the rhythm of parrying and doing battle and combat. But yeah, I'm excited, and it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna be really cool to get back into the story. I hope I can get really sink my teeth into it, and I'm gonna try my best to spend 2 days in a row during the week to play it, and then similar to Final Fantasy, usually 2 days in a row unless I can lock in and focus, but we'll see. But yeah, those are gonna be Expedition 33 probably will be during the weekdays, and then I think on the weekends it's still Final Fantasy 14. Timer-chan actually retired already. She retired, and we're gonna have an official retirement party in the future too. So it's scaled to 300, which is hilarious because 250 were dead on the floor due to a snapshot lag. That's rough. There's upper and lower limits. You can't solo them, but you can't overload them with bodies. Okay, okay, I see, I see. That's really interesting though. Maybe one day we'll be able to do current level, current level fates and stuff. But I'm glad we were able to do this one together. But yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really, really excited for more content in the future. And I don't know. My brain, I don't know. I'm like nervous and excited, and it'll be great. It'll be wonderful. And yes, I owe you all one card pack tomorrow. So we'll do that before we end up doing the rest of Final Fantasy stuff, all right? But yeah, let's go say hi to a friend. They're also playing Final Fantasy 14 right now. So here are the raid messages, and we can get you... We can also grab the the animated raid message as well from last night. So this can be... Where is it? This can be the sub message. The animated version could be the sub message. Okay, so the first two are for everyone. If you don't have a sub, feel free to use those two. The last one is for subs only. But yes, I will see you all tomorrow. I am going to desperately try. My goal tonight is I'm gonna get to the gym. We're gonna get gains. We're gonna go work out. I'm gonna go work out, get gains, and come back, get food, eat food, go to sleep, and then wake up and stream on time. 12 EST. I'm gonna start stream at 12 at some time. At some time zone at 12 p.m. But I'm hoping it's EST. That's our goal. But yes. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for spending time with me at any amount of time here. Thank you for supporting the stream, for being thank you for supporting the stream, for being here, for helping me, for like going through trials and instances and everything, and just like I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. Stream wouldn't be nearly as fun without you all, so thank you for being here. I'll make sure when I go on my trip, I will bring Timer-chan with me, okay? Don't worry. She's gonna go on vacation too. Don't worry, I won't leave her at home. She's retired now. She can go on vacation. And I'll make sure to bring some snacks back when I get back too, okay? I'll take lots of photos, and maybe I'll bring a plushie with me or something too. Or work on it. Okay, but yes, use the raid messages. I'll see you soon. Sleep well, take care. Sleep well, take care. Have a good rest of your weekend, or good rest of your week. And yeah, I'll say more tomorrow. My brain doesn't work. Okay, all right. I'll do cardio and weight training today. I'll lift weights and do cardio today. I'm gonna do it all. Okay, let's go say hi to Amanda. She's doing MSQ stuff right now. And let's say hi. Have a good night. Sleep well. Bye, Illuminati. Good night, Win. Good night, Tuesday. Good night, Yami. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Good night, Eternal. Good night, Sefric. Good night, Idolite. Good night, Stranger. Okay, yeah, good night, Stranger. Good night, Saray. Good night, Z. Good night, Duin. Good night, Leo. Also, hi, Leo. Good night, Leo. Good night, Kiwi. Good night, Mord. Thank you for being here. Good night, Z. Okay, I said good night, Z. Good night, Visceral. Thank you for being here as well. I appreciate you. Okay, good night, everyone. Take care. Good night, Cam. Good night, Ryo. Come back tomorrow. We're gonna open up cards again. Hopefully we get a 14 card. What if we get a Final Fantasy 14 card? What if we get a 14 card tomorrow? Can we get a 14 card? Like what if I get a 14 card? Okay, sorry. I'm thinking too much. My brain is just too smushy. It's fine. Okay, so read messages. And I'll see you later. Bye, everyone. I gotta change. I gotta go lift weights. I gotta go be strong. I gotta go get swole and get my gains. Okay, alright. I'll report back. Alright, good night, everyone. Take care. See you later. Bye. Oh yeah, oh my gosh. I'm like, I need to check the timer. There's no more timer! Happy retirement, Timer-chan! I wanna work on art commission stuff. Like, commission art.